Awesome. Erin, I got 6 o'clock. You ready to go? All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. All right. First on the agenda, we have a public hearing. I'll open it up to the floor.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
There's a sub item here, discussion consideration of existing conditions and zoning enforcement status. It's a question of procedure. Is that going to be discussed during the public hearing or is that a separate item?
I had thought it would be considered with it because it's 1A. Erin or Chris, Vanguard, do you guys have anything different?
It would be discussed with it.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Motion to open public hearing on the seasonal recreational facility license application of Wallaloom RV LLC, DBA Wallaloom Campground.
Awesome, thank you. So we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on just opening public hearing? All right, we're gonna go to our roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Counselor Madden,
Yes.
Colishano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. So public hearing is open. We have our applicant here. So I was gonna open up to council, but I'd like to hear from you first.
Oh, I don't, my name's Ray Aslan. I'm the general manager at Wallaloom Camp. I'm representing Modern American Campground, so. I was just getting it. Yeah.
Awesome. So any council questions? All right, I'm hearing nobody
So-
for the floor. Mark, you got something?
Just, we may as well talk about it now. You're familiar with the zoning enforcement action concerning people living at the property after the closing date. What's the situation with that?
We don't have anybody living at the property other than my family in the house.
Okay. So have
That
you-
was not really made clear, just so that we're clear. What we got was a letter saying we couldn't have propane tanks installed. And when I inquired as to, did we need permits for them? Because we went through Casey's. Casey's is in town, so we've been doing business forever. Now, when we asked, we'd like to have a couple of propane tanks installed, it wasn't said, oh, go to get a permit, or, oh, no, we're not allowed, or you're not allowed. As you know, we've only had property for, April will be a year. And at other parks, I've been in the industry for 25 years and we've had bigger propane tanks at all of our seasonal sites, not people who stay year round, but are just our true seasonals. This is a park that's extremely high occupancy of seniors who come in April and May and they live in this campground and then they leave in September and October and they go to Florida or elsewhere and blow through a lot of propane. And it's a big draw on them to take the propane tanks off of their units, come down and fill them frequently, and then go put them back on their units. So traditionally in other areas, there's a little bit bigger tanks that the propane company will come in and certify the RV first and inspect it, and then they put in a little bit bigger tanks so that that person doesn't have to make that change. And it was just something that I never really thought that needed anything, because we've been doing it everywhere that I've worked, and I've worked in a lot of different states over the years. So we did do that for a few of our sites, and that became something that Josh, I know, I forgot the other gentleman's name, but came and saw me and said, hey, we were told, we had a call that you had propane tanks installed, and I told them why. And I said, are we not allowed to do that? Do I need to pull permit? Because if I do, I absolutely will. You know how we've been all along. And he said, oh, I'll get back to you. And I didn't hear back from him. What I did get was a letter saying, you're not allowed propane tanks. Oh, that means you must be doing winter camping, and you're not allowed to have winter camping. And oh, by the way, you're not allowed on the premises during the winter time. And I met with him, tried to come a couple of times and talk to him and said, I'm not winter camping. I have no desire to allow there to be winter camping. We want them gone in October because we have work that we have to get done. We gladly wait at the wave at the gate as they're leaving. I'm just joking, but seriously, we enjoy our winter time without campers being present. And then that was really where it was left, was that
When was that communication?
in November.
Well, did you receive communication dated January 30th, 2025 from the building official indicating there had been a complaint that day?
I've gotten nothing since the November.
What's the address of Wallalum RV LLC?
510 Gardner Road, West Kingston.
What's the corporate address?
Furnace, 1266 Furnace Brook Avenue.
Suite 300, Quincy, Mass.
Yeah,
Have you checked with the corporate folks? Do you work there or do you work locally?
I work locally.
All right, well, you might want to check with the corporate folks to see if they received this communication on January 30th,
Okay,
indicating that there's been a new complaint of people living at the facility.
the only other person that's at the facility is my son-in-law and my daughter, my daughter's the other manager at the park. And they live in the house. We have had to quickly fix the house up, which is what I had to come and talk to the building department about and the zoning department about, so that they could move into the house, and they have a camper on property, which the Smiths told them which site to take. They have their things still in there, some of their things still in the camper, but the rest of the stuff is at the house, and if anybody wanted to come see it, they were more than welcome to come and see. We have been above board with everything with you all along since we've become the owners. We've not had any issues with us. Every time anybody ever came and said, I want to get in, we've let them in. Anytime Josh has come and said, I had a complaint from an anonymous person. Now, I know some of you know, we've been getting nothing but issues from the old owners because this is been not a nice takeover, not a takeover, but not a nice purchase. It's way too much to get into at this meeting and keep these poor people waiting. But most of you who are in the town hall have known because you've talked to me at times during the year. And that's what those complaints are. But every time you've ever come, anybody from this town has come and seen me, I've brought you in and showed you what you wanted to see and validated. So I would be happy to do that still. Josh had said he was going to come down and see, and I said, great, no problem, come on down, and he did not.
Chris, do we know if is that the issue, the people who are living in the house?
That's my understanding is it's the violation that you read, January 30th of this year.
Being that was just a few days ago, no one in the
minute.
town hall would have.
I just want to let him finish what he was saying. Thank you.
So I made a phone call to the zoning inspector and asked if he had been there, and he's here tonight. He can tell you himself.
Okay. Well,
I think it's important that we get both sides of the story. It sounds like you're trying to work with the town. But I think it's important that we hear from a building official as well. So
Who's
with
here?
that, Tony,
Josh is here. Okay.
I was right. Thank you, Tony.
So I was trying to get sworn in.
No, you have to get sworn in. Now
So
voting.
I was out there on last Thursday, 30th, I do believe. There's a fifth wheel camper, skirted, heat's running, dogs are in it, barking. Lights are on. I mean, essentially somebody's living in it. So the only place you're allowed to live on that property is the house.
There's solar lights on. The dog goes in and occasionally during the day when the house is being painted because the dog is afraid of people. And they live in the house, but did not take all of their stuff out of the house.
Okay.
Because we were told by the Smiths when my daughter
Yeah, I mean,
became the
that's a
manager.
special use permit.
I understand.
Point of order.
Me and you and I
Point of
talked
order.
about that.
Excuse me, point of order. So we usually address the council.
I'm sorry.
So I just don't want to get into too much back and forth. I don't want that to be a habit because it was a habit of prior councils and I don't want that to be what we do. So you're saying there's a dog living in a trailer, lights are on, everything's
Heat's on.
happening, heat's on. So it looks as
Skirted.
though somebody is living there.
Yes.
That makes sense. Anything else you want to add? Any questions for Tony from the council?
Josh.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Madam Chair, I think at this point, I think I've heard enough where I'd like to have this last final notice that's been sent to you or the corporate office on January 30th. I'd like to be rectified. And so I'm going to make a motion to continue the public hearing to the next meeting. I don't think there's any point in hearing from the public until we get an answer regarding this notice.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
All right, thank you. So now we have a motion to continue the public hearing, which I agree with. I do want to ensure that this gets rectified before we approve it. But I do still want to hear from anybody from the public who came out to speak on this today. So I don't know if any other, kind of like split the baby there. I don't want to do it and not hear from people.
I'm fine with keeping the public hearing open and continuing it once folks have had a chance to speak tonight. To hear more about this issue, if it's going to be resolved or how it's going to be resolved. So I would, if folks have come tonight to speak, we should let them speak, and we need to continue it. After doing that, I have no problem doing that as a general sense, so.
Sounds awesome. So Josh, do you have anything else for us? All right, I'll have you take a seat and we'll hear from the applicant a little more because I saw your hand up.
All I wanted was for something that shows that that's part of our special regs. One of the things I did come and talk to Josh about and planning and zoning office was, and I have gone to and gotten all of the documents that have gone through the history with the previous owners and the developments and issues and lawsuits and everything. I've got all of the documentation, but nowhere in that documentation is there that anything that relates to winter camping. Let's put that in parentheses as being referenced. And all I had asked for one of the times that I came here was, could someone please show me something in documentation in writing where that was section such and such says, and this is where it was told to the Smith family, and whatever the case may be. That was all I had asked. That it's not anything that's been provided to me, not by zoning enforcement officer or the building department or anybody. All they have said is go dig. Erin can attest to that. I've been in her office many, many times, and Kendra, and we've gotten everything and anything that we can. And I've read through all of the materials and I don't see it anywhere. So if someone could help me find those documentation. Again, we don't want a winter camp. She is in the house. Yes, their camper is skirted, but she is in the house because that became an issue after the fact at the end of the season in November, late in November, when I talked to Josh the first time, when he came to us about the propane tank, and then I was finally able to connect with him here at Town Hall. It was much after Thanksgiving, and that's it. That was different.
Yeah.
Will we hear the seasonal recreation license, or is that being moved forward to?
That's what we have on that's what we're talking about right now. That's what we're discussing at this moment.
Yeah, so
I did have-
continue.
Yeah, so I did have a question, just timeline wise. If we're continuing this, our next meeting will be March 4th, because we don't have a second February meeting. So I'm just wondering, timeline wise, is this something that needs to be heard before then? I guess that'd be a question for Erin.
I was just gonna recommend that you amend the motion so that the public hearing doesn't have to be noticed to a specific date for every party that came here, and that would be March 4th. I can add just a little bit of clarity on the statements. Ms. Aslin said previously, it was a renewal through October 31st. During the renewal time period, she had provided a application for year-round. She was advised that we could not provide year-round because under the ordinances, it's seasonal, so it has to be closed for a period of time. And the license is valid from the opening date and the closing date that they put on the application. I believe the opening date this year is April 15th. So March would be certainly due time, but referring to the Smiths, I did not comment on because I didn't do the research. There's a lot of documentation regarding that, but we did receive a previous application that had year-round, and she was told to revise the application so that way it fit our ordinances, because it did need to close for a period of time, and that was done
It was placed on the October 15th meeting for renewals. Unfortunately, the zoning and the payment of fees was not resolved prior, so then it did expire. So that's why we're here at this point to get as much of the ducks in a row to go forward with this seasonal license. So that was some of the time lapse in between. Okay, one more question. So you said the motion needs to have a date or doesn't have a date? Because the current motion did not have a date.
I think it would be wise to
In-
amend it to include.
To include
the
a
date
date, okay.
specific, so that way there's no re-advertisement.
Okay. Do we have any other comments from any other counselors or anything new to add?
Do we have anyone from the public who wants to speak?
Yeah, I just want to make sure
Oh,
we
right.
get everyone's voices heard.
Yeah, I just want to, so the issue seems to be making sure that the family is able to live in the house during the winter time. That's the issue, right?
They can now, because we've been
Right,
fixing it
okay.
up.
So, all right. So the issue, I guess, boils down to you proving to the satisfaction of the zoning officer that you're just using that trailer for dogs when they need to get out of the house.
It's one tiny little dog.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, but you,
That's-
that's
That's
the,
done too. The house is painted.
but you need to satisfy them that that's in fact what's happening. So that, I mean, that's what I see the issue as, and which should be fairly simple to resolve. If that, and that sounds like that's the hang up here, is, you know, it's understandable why someone looking at it from the outside would say, hey, there must be someone living in there. The lights are on, the heat's on. It's set up like someone's living there. So I think it's just needs to take
That would-
take the next step so that you can satisfy them that that's not the case, just using it for the dog, and here's all the stuff where we live in the house. So,
That would hold true. I mean, in many cases, if you went through the campground, there's solar lights on 30 of the campers. And if you drive through there at night, it looks like, you know, there are people living there because there's solar, you know, lights. They're-
Awesome, thanks.
Other than the skirting thing, I understand.
Yep, Jim, you had anything to
Yeah,
say?
Madam Chair, thank you. Just a question. So the trailer in question, since you don't need it anymore because the house has now been painted, fixed, is it being removed or put somewhere
No.
else
We still live in it when the season starts back.
when the season starts up?
Because currently I live in Connecticut. I come back and forth every single day and I stay nights like tonight when I have, you know, work obligations that are beyond the normal day. So it's got plenty of rooms in it and whatnot right now. But when I first came to see Josh, the house was in very bad condition because that was the condition it was left in, ultimately damaged, and I was told it was a civil issue, and we know that, that's being taken care of by corporate, but it was not livable. I spent the summer living in the porch of the house. I had a reclining chair, and my daughter lived in a reclining chair for the summer because they're just fortunate enough to have an RV, a very nice RV. I spent the beginning of the season while they were still in the house in the RV with them, and then when the Smiths moved out of the house, moved into the porch.
Thank you.
And now that the season's been closed, we've been able to get in there and paint and clean and do the things that needed to be done.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So you can have a seat. I'm gonna see if anybody else in the public has anything they'd like to say since it is a public hearing. Erin, do we have anybody online? All right, so we do have the motion to postpone without a date, so I'm gonna make a motion to amend the motion to include the date of March 3rd as the continued hearing date.
I don't think you can. I think I have to amend the motion since
Well-
I made it.
No, Robert's rules allows if somebody to make an amendment, a motion to amend, which then gets a second, then you vote on that, and then you vote on the next.
Okay.
So do I have a second on the amendment? All right,
On the
so any discussion on the amendment? All right, we're gonna go roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano, Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. So now we have an updated motion, which is to continue the public hearing to March 4th.
Did you hear me that it's not March 3rd, it's March?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't know.
Did I say the wrong day?
Clarified.
If I said the wrong day, because I had a long day. So now we have our main motion on the floor. Any further council discussion before we go? Oh, all right, roll call vote, Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Counselor Madnick,
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Palmigano, Vice President Reynolds?
Yes.
President Wilcox, yes. All right, so that is continued. Thank you. On to licenses. Anybody want to ask for the floor and get a motion out? Go ahead.
Motion to approve the victualling license of Lickety Splits ZSWG LLC, DBA Lickety Splits, subject to Rhode Island Department of Health food service permit.
Second, with pleasure.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any council discussion? All right, roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madden,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Wilcox, yes. All right, on to another license, door-to-door salesperson, for Dale Allard of Trinity Solar. Anybody want to ask the floor and make a
Want
motion?
me to do-
All right, go ahead. Mr.
Motion
Reynolds.
to approve the door-to-door salesperson license of Dale Allard, Trinity Solar, for 1 year, expiring February 5th, 2026.
All right, I got a motion. Anybody want?
Second.
There we go. We got a motion and a second. Any council discussion on this?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
Mark, put his hand up
Hi.
first.
Go ahead.
No, we'll go left to right.
Respectfully,
You're the vice
it's the president's decision, but go ahead, Dan. I heard you first.
Okay, all right, I was gonna give it up. All right, so I've had a lot of people talk to me about door-to-door salesmen. I've also seen with my own eyes, some people posting on social media that they're not a fan of having door-to-door salesmen come to their homes, even though they might be licensed and they might have the proper identification, that it's kind of a nuisance. I don't support this license. I don't support the solar door-to-door salesman. I have my own personal reasons for not supporting solar salesmen coming to people's houses, especially my own house. I think the entire business is scammy. I think that Trinity or anyone else that's trying to do door-to-door sales for solar in this town should do it a different way. There are plenty of solar businesses that get their business elsewhere. So by not supporting and approving this license, it's not that we're harming Trinity's business. They'll be able to get business from elsewhere. But I think just based on my own experience and from experience of residents, I don't support this license.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
I was just going to ask, is this a renewal of someone who's been licensed before? We know?
Aaron, do you know?
The company has, but not this individual.
All right. Okay. Have we had any complaints about Trinity Beef? Are you aware of?
No, most of their door-to-door salespeople will check in with the police station first. They'll tell us what type of vehicle they're in and what neighborhoods they're working, so that if we get calls about a suspicious person, we're already aware of it. We can inform the citizen.
Okay. I would just say in response to Councilor Madnick's statement, with all due respect to his opinion about solar, if we have a door-to-door sales license and someone applies for it and they're suitable, I think we have to approve it. We can't not approve it because we don't like the concept of door-to-door sales by solar. So I would just, I think it's, you know, the two are separate, but I certainly respect his point of view on that issue.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Counselor
Yeah,
Dinsmore.
just quickly, I think that there was no complaints, I guess, and they've been doing it for a while, so.
Yeah, sure. We have definitely approved licenses in the past. I understand some people don't like it and some people do like it. I would just say, if you don't want people at your door, put up a no soliciting sign. It's an easy way to deter anybody, really. So I'm going to approve it as well. And really just for that reason, I just think it's easy to avoid by a simple sign. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Palmigano.
Yeah, just a question, Aaron. So it's obviously renews 1 year. So right now, who do you know offhand? Trinity has a license right now. The reason I ask is last Sunday, I actually had a Trinity solar salesperson come to my door asking if I was interested in solar panels. I don't know who it was. Obviously, it shouldn't have been this person, right? So it must have been the last person.
Well, there's a couple of them, and so how the ordinance reads for timing purposes, that's why it's 1 year from issuance. So if there's pending any conditional items, we don't want to set it from February 5th because they might not meet those conditions till, you know, we don't prorate license fees. But there's a few individuals out there. I can check to see what times, but no, it certainly should have been this individual.
Okay.
Because it's not a renewal.
Awesome. That's good to know. Go ahead,
If
Karen.
you're looking for particular names, I just searched on Trinity for our minutes. There was one from September 19th, 2023, someone named Joshua Smart. December 19th, 2023, Daniel LaFazia. So there's.
Yeah, I wasn't interested in solar, so I didn't catch the name, and I just would advise that it was like 20 degrees and they need to wear a coat, so. Recommendations.
Awesome. Any further council discussion?
Madam Chair, I have another question.
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
So Jim, if you're saying that someone from Trinity came to your house over the weekend?
Mhm.
And Karen, you just said that we don't have any active licenses,
That's
or
not,
the last ones were back in 2023?
Yeah, there was one from, what did I say? I'm sorry,
Okay.
I just, for my search, give me 1 second.
So if Trinity doesn't have any active licenses, how can someone be doing door-to-door sales?
Yeah, I mean, the most recent one that's coming up when I search on the term Trinity is December 19th, 2023. So if it was a 1 year, it would have expired, I think. A month and a half.
Well, unless, as Erin said, if they had conditions to meet after the council approval, the license would not be effective until that date for a year thereafter. So it's possible didn't meet qualifications until February of 2024. So theoretically, it could be valid.
Is there any conditions on the agenda?
I mean, while I share these concerns, we don't even know if the person who knocked on your door was the same person.
No.
So I wouldn't want, and we're giving the license to the applicant, not to the company. So I wouldn't want to give licenses to various people and then not this person because of somebody else's faults. So unless we have anything saying it's Dale, I'm gonna continue to go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Jim.
I only raised it because I'm just curious,
Yeah.
the overlap. So it wasn't, I mean, I honestly, this seemed like a college kid who was doing one of the most difficult jobs on a freezing day. So I certainly wasn't trying to bag him there.
So,
What'd you find, Karen?
on that December 19th, it looks like he didn't show up and it was moved to the next meeting, but then nothing's coming up in the search for for the January meeting. So unless it's on there or under something other than Trinity, which I can certainly search the first January meeting, but,
That applicant is true.
okay, so.
So any further council discussion before we go to our vote to approve the license? All right, Councilor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
No.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. On to approval of application renewals for refuse collection and hauling license with license expiring March 1st, 2026, subject to Public Work Director approval of recycling plan. We have a motion, go ahead.
There's a question, would you like these all individually?
I would love to do them all together if we could, because it's efficiency.
Right, any prohibition to do that, clerk?
Awesome.
Erin, no? Thank you. So a motion to approve the applications for renewal for refuse collection and hauling license with license expiration March 1st, 2026, subject to Public Work Director approval of recycling plan letters A through F. Do I need to say the names?
I'll second it. Any council discussion on this item? All right, hearing none, we'll go to our vote. Councilor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, on to our new hires. We have discussion and consideration of hiring Jessica Brody. Am I saying that correctly? Bryety, I apologize. You have something you want to say, Chief? Go for it.
If I may.
Yeah, go for it.
introduce- Okay, thank you very much.
Hey, you're welcome.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
Hi, Chief.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that for the last 30 years, Richmond has been very fortunate in having Ann Fisher as our animal control officer. She built that vision into what it is. And 30 years is a long time. She never lost her passion for that job and what she did for the town and for the citizens of the town. With that said, the position's vacant and I have the perfect hire for it. That's my recommendation. And I think it's great when you're able to retain an employee for 18 years in some capacity, and they have the skill set and the capability to assume another position that they aspire to. And that's Jess Bryant. She's been a dispatcher full-time for last 18 years. She has worked part-time in a number of occasions over her career in the animal control division, particularly when we needed it most, like the last 18 months. We really needed assistance. I don't want to violate any HIPAA rules, but this past summer, she actually injured herself at home and had a back injury. I'm not going to get more in depth than that, but as soon as she was capable and able, she came to work in a back brace. Dispatching is stressful. It's not a comfortable position in the chairs that we have because you have to be near phones, radios, and everything else. On top of that, she also oversaw part-time assistance at the animal control facility. So in addition to her 40 hours dispatching, she assisted us at the animal control pound. I just cannot say enough about the sacrifice she made. She doesn't complain about it. She enjoys that kind of work. I think it's a gift that we have her to recommend for this position for 40 hours a week as our full-time animal control officer. And at some point, I'd love to have Ann Fisher in here to recognize her 30 years of service when
Great.
it's good for her and we're able to get you before council, get her before council. But tonight I would ask that you approve the hiring just right.
That sounds great. Awesome. So anybody want to throw a motion? out?
Yeah,
Go
I'll
ahead.
make a
Yeah.
motion to hire Jessica Riotti as full-time animal control officer.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any council discussion?
Does Jess want to say anything?
You know, some people like most very capable employees, she shies away
I
from
got it.
attention, but you have to come up here because I know that camera's not going to pick you up over there. So I would ask that you just stand here for a
It might, it might.
moment.
Got an order.
All right.
You don't have.
You don't have to say nothing, but yes, thank you so much for your time with the town and I'm excited to be able to promote you into this position. You're gonna do great. So with that, we'll go through our roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, congratulations.
And when one door opens or closes, another one opens, that position that she has been occupying for 18 years is now vacant. We need a full-time dispatcher. And we have a superstar in the making. He has been assisting us. Come on up, Phil. So not only is he a member of our department who has assisted us in a temporary full-time arrangement when we had military deployment of one of our dispatchers. Phil is just a great dispatcher. I know Jess can attest to this, but in the time that he's been with us part-time since November 22, all he generates is positive feedback. The public adores the way that he does the job. Great performance, integrity, honor, calm under pressure, like well beyond his years. And it's not to say that a 20-year-old person can't have maturity, but you have it in spades. And I know I've told you that before. I'm asking that you approve him as our new full-time dispatcher for the Richmond Police Department.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Madam President,
Go
I'll
ahead.
make a motion to approve the hiring of Philip T. Broder Jr. as a full-time police dispatcher.
I'll second it. Any council discussion? All right, we'll go for our vote. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Wilcox, yes. Congratulations.
Very much. I want to say he's also a member of our Carolina Fire Department. He's blushing, and this is why I love this. Serve the phrase, can't stand getting it, and there's an example. Thanks both.
Thank you.
A lot of modest team members. All right, now we have a hiring of a full-time tax assessor. Karen?
Yes. Sorry.
Ow.
So as you know, unfortunately, we are losing Carmen. Very sad about that. But we did post the position. As you can see in the memo I provided, we were fortunate enough to get a really great applicant in James Drew. He goes by Jay. He's here in the
Hi.
Jay has over 30 years assessing and appraising in Rhode Island and Massachusetts. And currently works in Barrington where he has to commute over that Washington Bridge every day. So being closer to home and coming to Richmond is very desirable for him right now. We had posted the salary, $73,945, and Jay agreed to that. It is a little bit of a pay cut for him, but he's hoping we could start him with 4 weeks of vacation, trying to make up for that. And that's pretty typical of what we've done with very experienced people that have come in. our code of ordinances says you start out with nothing, which when you have a professional who's been in the field for 30 years.
Yeah.
We can't do that. So, that was kind of the trade-off for him.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So counselors, anyone want to throw a motion out?
I'll make a motion to appoint the wrong screen up, Jason Drew as the full-time tax assessor. We need to put the salary in the motion. James Drew, sorry, my bad.
Or you could just reference the salary agreed to in the letter.
Okay, at the salary agreed to in the town administrator's recommendation.
Awesome. We got a motion and a second. Any further council discussion?
Yes, do we need to add the requested vacation time as well to the motion?
With 4 weeks vacation time.
That's
Thanks,
in
Mark.
memo too.
Yeah, my second, yeah.
Council Paul, are you asking for the floor? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Just a comment on that. I think it's something that we could look at. I understand, department heads, full-time folks, attracting that best talent, 4 weeks when you start. I mean, I know I was surprised to hear that, we're hiring people, they're not getting that vacation time for the first year, which I don't think is in alignment with some of the other areas that we're surrounding towns of. So it's something that we could look at for a future conversation on the agenda.
For sure.
Sounds good.
For sure. Any further council discussion? All right, we'll go to our vote. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome to the party. All right, on
And
to.
you don't need to stay.
Well,
We'll talk
you
tomorrow.
can.
Okay.
There'll be plenty of opportunities.
Now we're all looking to see if he leaves. On to appointments and resignations. We're gonna kick it off with Pauline, reappointment to the Conservation Commission. We have a motion.
Uh.
Go ahead, Jim.
Motion to reappoint Pauline Strites, request for reappointment to the Conservation Commission with term expiration January 31st, 2028.
Awesome. I'll second it. We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, on to our roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Wilcox, yes. Miss Donahue has asked that we move hers to a future agenda because she's not here today. So I'm actually gonna make a motion to move both items G2 and G8 to the next agenda because Jeannie Nash sent an email saying the same. So I have that motion.
Second.
Got a second? Any council discussion on that? Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. On to Christopher Kona as town moderator. Anybody?
I'll make
Go ahead.
make a motion to appoint Christopher Kona as the town moderator with term expiring December 31, 2026.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any council discussion on that? Go ahead.
Yep. Does the town receive any more applications besides him?
No, well, not that I'm aware of.
We received one on Monday of this week,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
yesterday. But that wasn't unfortunately in time to notice for the agenda, but yes, there.
Okay. Awesome.
So,
Oh, yeah, sure, go
yeah.
ahead.
So if it was received before the 48 hours of the OMA requirement, could that have the agenda been amended?
It had been received before the agenda deadline. So we have a council agenda deadline of Wednesday at 4 p.m. Amendments can happen up to Friday at 6 o'clock because that would give us 48 hours because weekends do not count as part of the 48 hours. So if somebody applied yesterday, that would be a good amount less than 48. Yeah. Town moderator is a position that right now doesn't preside over much aside from the Charahoe budget hearings, but even then it's only every 3 years because it rotates through the town. Doesn't receive a stipend if I remember correctly, or at least Mr. Reynolds didn't take one when he received one. But any other further council questions?
No, the school district does offer to pay. I never submitted the paperwork. They do. But Charahoe pays because it's their meeting. If the person submits.
Awesome. Any other council discussion? All right, Ms. Carpenter, you want to go to podium, state your name for the record?
If I may, please.
I'm sorry. It's the microphone, it's not me.
That's what you get for sitting in the back.
Sorry, I got an issue with my eyes here, so I'm not seeing too well. Nell Carpenter, Richmond. I actually did submit the application on Friday at 3 p.m. It wasn't on Monday.
Apologies, but the deadline was Wednesday.
Thank you, understood. With that said, to President Wilcox's comment of, had it been received before 6 p.m., it could have been amended. I'd like council to consider that. Thank you.
Thanks. So the item on the agenda tonight is for Christopher Kona's application. So we really should be discussing that. I don't want to break any OMA issues by talking about other applicants that really may have come in. Having worked with Chris, having seen him run a meeting with a large group of people from a growing organization. I know he's capable of it, and I know that he's calm and collected and able to just act very diplomatically when needed. So I fully support Mr. Kona as the town moderator, as the motion is on the floor. Does any other counselors have any other things they want to add? No, go ahead, Jim.
No, thank you. I agree with you, everything you said about the applicant. I think, I think that, is there a way that we could accommodate now, knowing that we have two applicants? What's the procedure that would allow that to be done? Is it, because I don't think we're endangering anything by delaying something on the applicant. And that way the full council could vote on, two or more candidates that would be there. I've, certainly seen Chris run a meeting. I've seen former President Carpenter run a meeting as well.
Right.
Sorry, I said her name.
Well, I mean, the motion on the floor, I mean, if you want to talk procedure, the motion on the floor is about his application. That's
Understood.
what you should be discussing when there's a motion on the floor. So that would be the procedure for that. And then if we deny the request, then we can bring it up next time.
Just point of clarification. So voting on this motion right now is to approve the applicant as the town moderator. Then it's a dead issue. There's no other discussion. Voting no allows us to reintroduce that motion at a later point with all of the applicants that are applying.
No, if your goal is to discuss both applicants and then vote on which one you like, continue this particular agenda item to your next March 4th meeting. There'll be time to add the second applicant, and then you can discuss, then you'll have two applicants at that time, and you can discuss both.
Okay.
Or you can consider both.
But there is a motion on the floor, so that motion, it would have to be rescinded in order to do that, correct?
I mean, if you want to talk procedure, once a motion is made, it's owned
Yeah.
by the council. So
Understood.
according to what I've learned about officers, you're not really supposed to rescind it. But you can, and we do. It's up to you. We can vote however we want.
Yeah, just wanted to raise it as a possibility, just, whatever you think is the best way to move forward.
Any further council discussion? All right, so we do have a motion on the floor to approve Mr. Kona as the town moderator with the term expiring December 31st, 2026.
Excuse me, Ms. Wilson.
Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead. Want to comment?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Joan. Sorry, I did not see your hand. Thank you, Chris, for pointing that out and making
I'm a
sure.
little short.
I know. Please state your name for the record, though.
Joan Kent. Now, you said the application, Nella said it came in on Friday, and you're saying it had to be in by Friday before she can be put on that agenda.
No,
And it wasn't. So if you postpone this to the next meeting to go over this, I think it's fair for both applicants. Set of rules for one and not the other is not fair.
so the deadline is Wednesday at 4 p.m. That's the agenda deadline that council follows. That's the deadline that any applicants follow. The 48 hours we're mentioning is an Open Meeting Act requirement where a council cannot have a decision made on something that's not on the agenda if it's not posted 48 hours in advance.
But was it accepted at your office when she applied?
We don't have that information. I haven't seen the application. Typically emails have a timestamp, so I'm sure that when that that comes through, we'll see the timestamp and it'll happen, because I guess maybe not an email, because sometimes we just see the application as well, no email, depends on how it was submitted. But we'd have to look into that further, because like I said, today's discussion is about Christopher Kona's application as town moderator. That's what was noticed. So at this point, I feel like talking about something else would be a violation of the Open Meeting Act. So I think we really should cease discussion on other applicants.
Okay,
Sure, go ahead, Karen.
I just want to clarify the
Mhm.
process, because it may sound confusing if
Yes,
you're
it
not
does.
familiar with it. Between the
Extremely.
Wednesday. So it's even in the rules and procedures of the council that by Wednesday at 4, before the Tuesday meeting, all agenda items must be to Erin. That's from the public, that's from the council. The law states that within 48 hours of the date of the meeting agenda has to be posted. The reason for the difference between the two is to give Erin time to actually put the agenda together.
Mhm.
That's why the deadline
Is
is
set
always
for
on Wednesday at
On
4
that time.
before.
Okay, so that would be that following Friday she ended. Okay, at least I understand.
Madam Chair, may I add one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
The agenda was also posted Thursday night in the public. So the public already had the ability to read the agenda. So at that point, I mean, it could be revised, but
And
it's
that's on the
confusing.
computer on your website or as far as?
Yes,
on
yes,
the-
ma'am. And it's on the Secretary of State's website.
Okay.
So it can be confusing to the public if you amend the agenda the next day. We typically try not to do that. In fact, I'll admit, I got in a little bit of trouble myself with our town clerk by trying to do that for something for executive session. So I've been there, done that, learned my lesson.
Just want to make sure everything is fair to each applicant, that's all.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I understand. I totally understand. I also, I also just want to add that this is not, although I believe we accepted, Mr. Reynolds's resignation not too long ago, this was something that everybody was expecting as he was running his campaign, as he was elected. We're all anticipating him submitting that, and he delayed. So this is not a new issue. I think that this is, especially with the or the, what, everything we have. I wanted to offer a little clarity about the Open Meeting Act, which was, it's required to be posted on the Secretary of State website, Town Hall, and the Police Department, I believe the Post Office as well. So those are the places required to be posted 48 hours in advance. Do we have any other discussion about Mr. Kona's application? Sure. Ms. Carpenter, you did already get a chance. I'm going to go with Mr. Marin first, but please keep it to Mr. Kona's agenda item. Go ahead, Mr. Marin. You can step to the podium, say your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Tom Marin. Thank you for this opportunity. I just have two questions. One is, I don't even know the gentleman who's applied, but has he contributed to the campaign directly or indirectly of any of the town council members?
We can answer that individually. The answer would be yes. He's the chair of the Democrat Town Committee. I don't believe that's a secret. He probably came to a
Okay, could
couple
each person
fundraisers,
individually
dollar
answer the
here.
question?
Yeah, for sure. We can all answer that question if they'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just indirectly, do you mean by promotional support? Is that what you mean?
In any way, yeah.
Yeah, so financially, no. Supportive, yes, as the chair of the Democratic Committee and as I was a Democratic candidate, yes, he was certainly supportive. Yeah, but I've also,
Okay, then indirectly, did the Democrat Party give you any money for your campaign?
yes,
And did he give the Democrat Party any money?
I don't recall.
We don't know.
All
But that's
those
okay.
records are,
We can just go around.
Just to
excuse me, all
finish,
those records are publicly available, but go ahead.
to finish my statement, I think you'll recall a few moments ago, I really wanted to make sure that all applicants, including Ms. Carpenter, were represented. So if you're inferring there's some kind of favoritism towards Mr. Kona, that
Not
would
at
be
all, not at
inappropriate.
all. I just have two questions, Jim.
Sure, anybody else would like to answer?
I don't believe I received any personal donations from Mr. Kona. I'd have to go back and look at my 2 years of reports, but I don't believe I received any personal donations. But like Jim, obviously, because he's chair of the Democrat Town Committee, we all received in-kind contributions from them through mailings and things like
Okay,
that.
good.
I echo exactly what Mark said. So I had no personal contributions from Mr. Kona, but he did support my membership to the RDTC over the summer. He did support my candidacy, and I appreciate his support of my candidacy and helped me get to where I am today. So thank you, Chris.
So the second question is, there was a gentleman who came up here applying for one of the commissions. His name was Tom Marin. And Mr. Madnick and Mr. Reynolds expressed concern that he was a Republican, and that he was supported by the Republican Town Party, and that he received money from the preserve. And the same answer you just gave me was what was given.
You can
by
go back
Tom
and look at
Point
the
of order, point of order.
transcript.
Let him
No.
finish. No, point of
There
order,
was
Dan, let
no
him finish.
discussion
Mr. Madnick,
about your
please,
party.
point of order, point of order. Mr.
So,
Madnick, please, let
that's
him
complete
finish his
BS.
statement. Come on, don't make me gavel. Please let him finish, don't interrupt him.
So it's good for the goose is good for the gander. If this gentleman, Mr. Marin, was not, that you were concerned about him having taken money, received money, which wasn't verified in the meeting, just accusations were made, the Republican committee and all that, then how can you approve, Mr. Kona?
Excuse me, all discussion goes to the council president technically.
So I didn't know who he was if he was here. So Mr. Kona has given donations to all of you, indirectly, or maybe directly. So there seems to be an is that being inconsistent with your decision about Tom Marin applying for a commission earlier? Is that a different standard?
I appreciate your concerns. I'm gonna hear from another council member. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yep, I just want to say that I did not receive any campaign contributions from Mr. Cohen.
Oh,
Fuck that up. Yes, bro.
All right, thank you. You had two questions.
That was the
Save
second
those two
question.
questions. Have a seat, we'll answer them.
So you can accept donations from a candidate for a commission, for an appointment. You can, four of you can, indirectly, directly. But this guy who applied for this other position, he could not. You expressed concern, you were very concerned,
Madam
Point of
President,
but there's no concern here.
Right, you
It
can have,
sounds like an inconsistency or maybe even hypocrisy.
right, you can have a seat and I'll go to council members. Thank you. I heard Mark first, sorry.
So my concern with Mr. Marin's application to the Board of Tax
Point of
Assessment.
order. I mean, that's not,
I'm going
on
to
the
answer
agenda.
his question.
I just want us to keep it to the agenda and I want us to
No,
move
well,
through
he
this.
asked a question, I want to answer it. So it's clear. My concern was that as a Republican candidate, there had been donations from the preserve to the Republican Town Committee. And that in Mr. Marin's capacity on the Tax Assessment Board of Appeals, he would be hearing matters related to the preserve. So it wasn't so much the connection of Mr. Marin to the Republican Party that was the conflict. The conflict, potential conflict, was he was going to have to decide issues relating to an entity that had donated to his campaign. Mr. Kona is not going to have to decide any issues. He's going to moderate a meeting next year in April or May. So that's the difference here. There's the conflict was between you as a decision maker and having a party before you that had contributed to help benefit your campaign. That was my concern.
All right, next comment
No,
from
that's
Mr.
fine.
Palmigano.
thank you.
You're all set?
Yes.
Awesome. Sorry, Ms. Carpenter.
Super great.
And two people online?
I appreciate you allowing me to come back up here again. And I totally respect your desire to not want to step out of the lines of OMA. I'm only going to clarify something you stated. I did not email my application. I brought it in personally at that office. It was accepted along with my BCI document, as well as a copy of my license by Connor, I believe. We said hello to Aaron that day. It was in person. It was not email. One point quickly, briefly. I object to an individual who is a chair of a political committee serving in the capacity of moderator. I would say the same if Mr. Colasante had an application. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Aaron, we have two people online. You want to go ahead first or? Yeah.
So yes, to clarify, Ms. Carpenter did submit it in person. Connor did accept it. I was at the copier, so I did see Ms. Dinsmore. I apologize that I thought it was Friday, but not Monday. But again, as Karen explained, the agenda deadline is Wednesday, so it is not a rolling agenda because then there would be never any ending or linking or anything. And And so that is in the town council rules and procedures, and the 48 hours is under the OMA that was explained.
For sure. Thank
We
you.
do have two members of the public.
We'll go to our
Via
people
Zoom.
online. Please state your name for the record when you get permission to speak.
Louise, you should have permissions first.
Thank you, Louise Dinsmore from Richmond. Good evening. So I just want to express my concern about Mr. Kona's application for the moderator's position. You know, when you look up the characteristics of a town moderator and just Google it, it talks about traits of fairness and impartiality. As the chair of a Democrat town committee, I don't think Mr. Kona or even a Republican town committee chair are impartial folks. They're biased. They're biased folks. They have an inherent bias. So that was my first point. My second point is that I have been on the receiving end of a number of personal attacks by Mr. Kona at other public meetings, and he's shown his a lack of decorum and I think a lack of fairness. And I would ask you to strongly reconsider, this application for town moderator. I respect Mr. Kona and his role as a leader in the community. I don't think that this is an appropriate position for him as the Democrat town chair or even a Republican town chair. Thank you.
We have another person online.
Laura R., you should have permissions.
Good evening. This is Laura Rieger from Richmond, Rhode Island. And first, I'd like to address Ms. Dinsmore's comments about, people from parties not representing the moderator. However, Nell Carpenter just ran for town council, so for the Republican Party, so that's pretty well impacted into the Republican Party. Mr. Marin, who's talking about things in third party, was accepted on many other commissions and boards, so he's certainly not being discriminated against. The town moderator no longer handles the financial town meeting since we don't have that anymore. It is simply 1 in 3 years moderating the school committee meeting. So I think Mr. Kona is just as qualified. And if Ms. Carpenter did not put her application in time, and since she's been around town and been on the town council and been very well aware of what the deadline is to put in agenda items, then there's nothing more to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further council discussion? All right, go ahead, Jim.
I just think it's important to say, Chris Kona is a person that I met when I was a Republican, and he's never treated me any different as a Republican, independent, or Democrat, or anything. So although I appreciate everyone's opinion, I think trying to prescribe some kind of bias to him, he's one of the most open-minded people I've met, so.
Great, with no further council discussion, we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore.
No.
Ednick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Welcome to the party, Chris. All right, discussion and consideration of Stephen for reappointment to the Charahoe Audit Subcommittee with a term expiring February 28th, 2027.
I'll make a motion to appoint Stephen Parenti, or actually reappoint him to the Charahoe Audit Subcommittee, term expiring February 28th, 2027.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, on to number 5, discussion and consideration of David Woodmansee for reappointment to the Economic Development Commission. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Yep. Motion to request for reappointment David Woodmansee to the Economic Development Commission with term expiring January 31st, 2028.
All right, I'll second it. Any council discussion on this item? Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Discussion consideration of Donna to the request for reappointment to the Dog Park Committee with a term expiring January 31st, 2027. Go ahead, Jim.
A motion to reappoint Donna Wigaya, request to the Dog Park Committee with term expiration January 31st, 2027.
Awesome. Second. So we got a motion and a second. Any council discussion on this item?
Who's the second?
I just seconded it. Sorry, I threw it in there. Go ahead, Councilor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, discussion and consideration of Michelle Martell for reappointment to the planning board. Erin, is she here or online? There you are. Hi, yeah, sure. I don't have any questions. You can share a little bit about yourself if you'd like, or I'll open it up to council discussion, see if anybody else has questions.
Go ahead, tell us a little bit about yourself first.
Sure. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Michelle Martell. My husband and I moved to Richmond at the end of 2019. When I was pregnant with our first son and
Excuse me.
Supposed to sneak out the back.
I got short legs.
I'm kidding.
And now that he is approaching school age, I wanted to become more involved with the town. We love Richmond as a community. We both grew up in North Kingstown. We're really interested I'm interested in being more part of the town and becoming more involved and having say. I don't have much experience in terms of planning. I saw there was a vacancy. I have worked in assessment before. I've worked at URI. I am a triple alum from the university and have my PhD. So I'm very data driven, evidence-based decision making, and love doing research and surveys, and I'm your numbers girl. So if there's any, if you have any questions for me.
Sure, anybody have any questions? All right, I don't think so.
It's gonna be a lot of work. I hope you're ready.
I'm definitely ready.
And Talia's sitting
I'm
behind,
ready.
gonna glance at her. She's gonna give you a whole packet of information.
Love it. I love packets, meetings.
And there's
love it.
a lot of good data in the comprehensive community plan that I think you'll feel very, find very valuable for the town.
Great, so anybody want to ask for the floor and get a motion on the floor?
Former Vice Chair, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. I'll make a motion to appoint Michelle K. Martell to the planning board with the term expiring January 31st, 2028.
Awesome, second, any council discussion? Go ahead, Jim.
Just really appreciate you stepping forward to serve your community. I think I say this every time I have an opportunity to address an applicant who has been part of this community, loves this community, and wants to make a difference. So thank you for stepping forward.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Any way to give back.
For sure, thank you. All right, we'll go for our vote. Councilor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Wilcox, yes. Welcome to the party. Thank you so much. All right, we skipped number 8 and onto the consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they want to remove?
Madam President,
Sure, go ahead.
I think if we just, we'll do one each at a certain time, so I'll just.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're looking to do.
The agenda, sorry, approval of the January 21st.
All right.
We're gonna do that separately.
We'll pull that out because I believe our town clerk has a little comment on that as well. So we'll pull number 1A. Anybody else have anything?
Yes,
Go
3,
ahead, Jim.
please.
And 3.
Sorry.
Sure, so I will then just make the motion to approve item 2A, B, C, D, and E, and 4.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? All right, Councilor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. So Councilor Palmigano, you're just removing because you're abstaining.
Correct.
Correct. And Erin, I believe you emailed me, said you want to make a comment on this item?
Yes, so
Thank you.
if the council can consider an amendment on page 3, where Carmen, I'm sorry, page 5, under the tax assessor regarding the elderly tax exemption, I had it that it, sorry. Tax assessor LaBelle advised that the bulk of the exemptions regarding dollar amount and residents in Hillsdale, and the amendment could basically eliminate their tax bill. I'm asking you to strike eliminate and replace it with impact.
Sounds good to me. I'll make a motion to approve 1A as amended.
More discussion.
Oh,
please.
sure. Second for discussion. No.
Well,
All
all
right, just go. Sorry. No motion, just go.
Aaron, and I just want to make sure that it's clear, the folks going back and looking at this, looking at the executive session. You kept the executive session in the minutes, even though we didn't have an executive session. So my thought was we should either indicate just before the executive session that no motion was made to go into executive session, or we should just delete J entirely from the minutes because there was nothing conducted in executive session, whichever is preferable.
That makes sense.
The first is preferable, so the latter.
Yeah.
That no motion was made to enter into executive session.
On page 6, I had President Wilcox advised there was no need to enter executive session. However, should a member want to enter executive session, a motion will need to be made. And I can just add, no motion was made, enter executive session.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. So I'll make the
Madam
motion
Chair.
to, sure, go ahead, Dan.
All right, couple amendments I'd like to be considered. So on page 1, another name correction for James Grasson should be James Grasso with an O, no N. That's on page 1. On page 2, Mr. Reynolds' name is spelled Reynolds. It should be Reynolds with an S at the end. And on page 4, there's a mistake in the date for the motion for the okay. So it says a motion was made by President Wilcox, seconded by Vice President Reynolds to approve January 21st, 2025 minutes. That should be January 7th. And then one clarification on page 6, when we're talking about adding language to the microgrid project for the comp plan. So I'd like that to be more specific to the implementation plan element 6 policy PSF4.
Sure, go ahead, Aaron.
Just add clarification, because I watched that video back 4 or 5 times. The previous motion never got amended to add that comp plan language into it. We discussed it a lot, but it was never added back in. But I think it would help for the conversation, and I believe the letter did go with that language. I watched it a couple times. The form,
Yeah,
motion.
I think you mean just with the discussion.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so if you could just.
Reread that.
One more time.
It's the implementation plan element 6 policy PSF4. It's just a correction where we talk about the discussion, adding the language, and it says describe section 4 of the plan. It's not completely accurate.
For sure. Any other amendments to our minutes? All right, with that, I will make a motion to approve 1A as amended.
Second.
Thank you. I got a motion and a second. Any council discussion? All right, Councilor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Staying.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. All right, awesome. We also pulled item 3. I'm sorry, was that you, Dan?
Yes.
Councilor Madnick pulled that up? Awesome. Go ahead. What did you
All right,
want?
so I had a number of questions when I went through this, and I emailed Danielle, and she gave me some really good responses. I don't know if we're gonna know the answer tonight, but there was an item under one of the accounts payable for tree maintenance to Northeastern Tree Service. It stood out to me because it was a $12,000 charge. There are also some other charges that stood out, but I'm kind of curious if we know like what specifically was that charge for? Like what did we contract them to do and why?
So that may be a question for Danielle. Is that something you're prepared to answer today?
Gary's on.
Oh, Gary Robar's on? Oh, okay. Well, then we will
Awesome.
defer to Gary then.
Oh, sorry, wrong Gary.
Wrong Gary. So, Spence, do you have an answer to that?
I don't know exactly where it took place, but I do know based on the hourly rate, and it's only because Gary mentioned the hourly rate to me today, regards to one of the projects, but, it's like $3.75 an hour, so that's only like 32 hours. So it's not even a full week's work out there for a tree crew, but like I said, I
It is a
don't know.
3-man crew. They do a chipper, they have a bucket truck, they have a regular truck. So it's
Okay,
usually like $1,000 a day for.
I understand that, but
Too,
what was it for?
so.
I don't know the answer.
Oh, that's just to clean up
we know what road or
Yeah,
where it
yeah, I
was?
gave you all the roads.
Right.
Yeah, I listed all the roads that they did just within that 1 week.
But it wasn't, okay, so you gave me the roads
Yep.
where they did it.
Yep.
It wasn't specific to what they were doing.
Well, they were.
What was the reason
yeah.
that they were contracted?
They were contracted to clean up the.
Just
That-
general
yeah,
contracting?
that's- Yep, it's that time of year.
Okay, so is that something that's standard in the budget every year as
Tree
expense?
maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it 12,000, it's one time per year, or is there more
No,
throughout?
it's more than that. Like he said, they're gonna be coming out soon to prep for the Pinehurst where they're gonna do that road for paving,
Okay,
that whole little plat. So they're gonna go through there and clean up the trees so that they can pave.
okay.
So it's that kind of.
Perfect. So if you need an itemized invoice, I'm sure that could be sent. Do you have any further
Yeah, well,
questions
they
on?
do
Yeah,
slips
so let me see
every,
for a second. please.
they do slips every day. The DPW guys keep slips. I can send them to you. And it just kind of gives like a brief outline of who was there, how much they did,
I don't
an
need,
activity log.
no, I don't need to know all those
each day.
details. I was just curious.
Yeah.
I went through it. I saw a lot of large expenses. I was kind of curious how
It
that's
is
budgeted
expensive.
and if it's, I don't want to get into it because it's not on the agenda, but I think this is something that we should discuss during budget workshops of pre-maintenance and how much that costs the town every year. But I just wanted to point that out, something that I noticed.
For sure. Go ahead, Karen.
Honestly, if we had more money, we could afford to do more. I don't mean afford, we could use to do more tree maintenance. More trees need to be maintained than we have financing.
Right, for sure. All right, so any further discussion or questions on this item? Sure, go ahead,
Just so you-
Counselor Dinsmore.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just looking, sorry, it's really hard to see this, line item. Tree maintenance was 35,000, so that accounts for less than half of the total year's budget for tree maintenance.
And we,
Thank you. Go ahead, Counselor.
Yeah, my question, it doesn't have anything to do with money. I just wanted to know that if our DPW doesn't have a tree crew.
They don't have a bucket, they
No.
don't have what the equipment they need for it.
All right.
Mm.
So then we'll make a motion to approve the appropriations and payments of bills. Can I have a second on that motion that I made?
second,
Thank you. Any further council discussion? Counselor Dinsmore?
Yeah.
Madnick?
yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Awesome, thank you. We are on to public forum. The purpose of public forum is to give members of the public an opportunity to address the town council about items not on the agenda. We ask you to limit your comment to 3 minutes. You'll have one opportunity to address the council during public forum. This is out of courtesy for others who wish to speak to ensure we have equal time for all. There will be a timer and I'll indicate when your 3 minutes are up and ask that you finish your thoughts. If you need more time, we welcome you to submit your comments in writing to the town clerk to be included as a part of the record in the communication section of the agenda. All comments should be directed to the president and not any other person present per the town council rules and procedures. So with that, do we have anybody who'd like to speak at public forum tonight? All right, go ahead, Mr. Sayer. Say your,
You don't know me by now?
you have to say it for the record.
Bob Sayer, Richmond. Madam President, I stand here because I have a problem with last month's meeting, which isn't on tonight's agenda, so I can discuss it freely. One of your counselors, who I admire, he's an admirable, an honorable guy, right?
Sure.
Put in a letter not to get paid for his position on this town council. I think that's wrong. And I, as a union member, former union member in a union, I don't think any position on a town council should go without having that. Now, that being said, do you have to honor that?
We can't force somebody to take money.
Well, and I don't know whether it's been done in the past,
Yeah.
but this came to me, because I studied the agenda and everything else. And, I think that the positions need to hold their value and everything else. My suggestion to that counselor would be to take the money and put it in a college account because his son is going to need that in the future. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you. Anybody else? Do we have somebody online?
Amy Marlin, you should have permissions.
Hello, Amy Marlin, Lunchbowl Trail. I was just wondering if you're able to share how much businesses pay for door-to-door license permits?
That I do not know off the top of my head. I'm gonna defer to our town clerk. Erin, is that something that you know? We can find out.
I guess my point is, and while you're finding out, I
Yeah.
just I feel like selling direct access, giving a permit is basically selling direct access to residents. And I'm certainly pro-business and economic development, but if you're going to sell access to residents, it should be for a premium amount that actually impacts taxpayers positively. If it's some nominal amount like $500, I would suggest that it's not worth it. I know it was said people can put up no trespassing, no soliciting signs. I do that, doesn't work all the time. The other comment was if we offer door-to-door sales licenses, then we should grant them unless there's a strong reason not to. To me, this is a strong reason not to, or perhaps we should reconsider granting door-to-door licenses altogether. So that's just, I just thought if we could consider the maybe cost benefit of allowing this type of, to me, intrusion. And you never see anything good about it in the town Facebook page. No one's ever like, oh, I'm so glad this person came and knocked on my door at dinner. They're always like, who are these people? Has anyone else seen them around? I know Chief had said there hasn't been any complaints, but people still don't seem to be a huge fan of it altogether from what I've read. So I just asked to maybe reconsider that because there's hundreds of other ways all other businesses market, advertise, and sell their products and businesses. And maybe we can not include this as part of what we do. Just a suggestion.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Erin, did we get that answer?
Yep, so for a 30-day license, it's $25. For a 1-year license, it's $100.
Perfect. Thank you so much for
Sorry,
answering
what was that?
question.
For a 30-day license, it's $25. For a 1-year license, it's $100.
Okay, so that kind of proves my point. It's not even $500, which I thought was nominal. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else in the public have anything they'd like to say? All right, on to reports. Karen, that's you.
All right, so the first thing I have is a bid award division appraisal. We posted a bid on December 20th. We received 3 responses. The low bid was vision appraisal at $68,600. We have a long history with vision. Carmen reviewed it. She was satisfied with it. So looking for your approval to award that bid.
Perfect. Can I have a counselor ask for the floor and make a motion? Go ahead, Jim.
Madam President, motion to approve the awarding of the statistical revaluation services bid division appraisal at the amount of $68,600.
All right, I'll second it. Do we have any council discussion on that item? All right, hearing none. We'll go to our roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Bennick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The second item I have is a bid award to Westway Construction for improvements to the police station. This is part of the same project that's been going on. You've already awarded a bid for lockers there. This bid was posted on January 16th. We received 2 responses. The low bid was Westway at $14,500. And this is money coming from a federal grant, which as of right now, we've had no issues.
Perfect. Thank you. So counselor want to ask the floor and make a motion? All right, go ahead, Jim.
Motion to approve the awarding of the police station improvements bid to Westway Construction at the amount of $14,500.
Second.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second. Any council discussion on the motion? All right, go ahead, Mark.
I would just ask Chief, you've been happy with them for what they've done so far for you?
They've been very responsive. They haven't actually performed any work yet. They won the locker bid.
Right.
We're waiting on the lockers to arrive in about 2 weeks. They'll do the
Okay.
installation, but their reputation has been flawless as I can see.
Okay.
And they were, not to name the other company, the other bidder was almost twice the amount that they
Yep.
offered.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Any other council questions? All right, we'll go to our vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Counselor Madnick,
Yes.
Counselor Palmigano.
Yes.
Vice President Reynolds.
Yes.
And President Wilcox, yes. Thank you. Now, Karen, you have your update.
Lastly, just wanted to give you an update on what's happening across the street. As I'm sure everyone knows now, this is federal grant I applied for, and we received 578,000 to develop over there. It's has not been easy. We're finally moving forward. We had GZA in here to discuss the environmental review. We walked the property with them, talked about ideas for where the pavilion would go, where we might put other things if we ever get more money for that. So they can kind of do a plan for us, so they don't put the pavilion somewhere where, oh, suddenly we want to build a community center in 10 years and it's where the pavilion is now,
Right.
those kinds of things. So they're working on both the environmental study and the site layout for us. It did get a little bit of a timeline from the side of the house that is the site planning, not the environmental. He said we could have a concept plan sometime this winter, spring, summer. We could advance the design to construction drawings and specifications for our bid. And by fall of 25, we could be under construction. Of course, obviously that is dependent upon the environmental review and the federal government saying, yes, you have the go ahead, which based on how things have been going there, I don't want to put too much stock in those dates,
Yeah.
but hopefully we can get that moving.
For sure. Thank you. Do we have any council questions?
I don't
Yeah.
know if Jim wants to add anything because he was at that meeting.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. I know, we're meeting again with them on the 15th of February. The 18th of February, and, they were optimistic about, based on what they know so far, they could move quickly on the environmental study. A lot of the pavilion pieces are prefab, so it's pretty turnkey, provided they're available in stock. And it seems like, based on what we have for funding, I know the next step, once we have that, is to share that with council, get the approval, and then there'd be a septic piece. The water tie-in should be easy enough because the water line goes to the other side of the street, and the placement proposed for the pavilion is close enough for that. So I mean, I appreciate the work Karen, you and the team are doing, and I think we keep the pressure on this. I'd love to be cautiously optimistic to have a fall festival there, but I'll just see what we can do. you know?
For
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, that's another thing you mentioned, the septic, that's gonna depend on DEM and how fast we can get an approval.
For sure. Any other council questions?
So, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, when you said it wasn't easy, could you go into that a little more, like, just so that, is there anything that we can point out that for, like, we have this next time that we,
It's really the environmental thing is really what's been the hang up,
Mhm.
unfortunately. But I think we're finally moving forward with that. It was hard to get, there weren't a lot of firms around that were interested in doing the environmental review. We did get GCA hopefully on board.
Sure. Go ahead, Mark.
I'm assuming we can move forward with the site plan finalization even while they're still working on the environmental piece. Once.
Yeah, I think there's separate paths that can move. Go ahead, Jim.
I just
Go
want,
ahead.
yeah, I think he had said, sorry, he had said,
Fine.
basically, it should be 2 to 3 weeks for the environmental piece too. So I think it's all gonna, I think by the 18th, which will be, where we have that view, I think within 2 to 3 weeks after that, I'd be optimistic to see the environmental piece go through, and I can see Talia waving her finger at me over there. So, but that, I just want to add that. So I think it'll continue to move forward. I think we're having these meetings. We have concrete objectives for each meeting, and then we schedule the next meeting, giving a timeline saying what we need, and so it's moving along.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And obviously the environmental review, it also depends on whether they find anything.
For sure.
Right? I'd like to think there's nothing to find.
Talia, do you have something you want to add? Sure, go ahead.
The environmental review will underpin the site plan.
Hmm.
The purpose of the environmental review is to study the site and ensure that there aren't any kind of environmental hazards, so that when you're designing the site, you're not, Previously, there was a house there. Previously, there was a septic tank. The septic tank has been removed, but say the septic tank hadn't been removed.
as they're doing the environmental review, they would identify that specific location and they would provide recommendations on how to remediate that, remove it, and then that would impact how the site is designed. So it serves as basically the basis for the site plan. You need to have one to have the other.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mark.
So has GZA completed their site investigation? As far as we know, like they've looked at everything they want to look at, now they just have to put the plan together?
Sure, go ahead, Talia.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Awesome. Any other, okay, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, just so they did the site walkthrough with us. And I think the words they used, and correct me if I'm wrong, is now that they've seen what they've seen and they had the conversation with Gary, who was part of the team that did the remediation of the former house, that's where they had come up with that determination that maybe 3 weeks. They don't see anything that they would say this is going to be a potential red flag. So we're cautiously optimistic, but we don't anticipate any delays on that or any bad news. So
Perfect. Thank you so much. Do we have any other comments or questions on this update?
thank you.
All right, we'll go on to our next item. I lost myself in the agenda. Oh, wait a minute. We got Chief. I'm sorry, Chief.
No, that's okay. It's a long agenda. It's easy to get lost in there sometimes. So I wanted to share this with you because I think it's kind of unique. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of first degree robberies. That's a good thing. When they do occur, you want proper police response and you want people to work together collaboratively to try to figure out who did it, where they are, locate them, bring evidence of their guilt. July, remember COVID, like real COVID? How terrible that was. Now we do Zoom because of COVID, but back then restaurants had those big plastic shields kind of in front of the counter. So on July 22nd of 2020, this robbery suspect, who at the time just presented as a customer coming in, he called a female worker at the restaurant. I'll leave the restaurant name out. I'll just say it's on Main Street, Kingston Road area, Wyoming. Called her in closer and then pulled out a knife and brandished it in a threatening way, demanding cash from the drawer. And somebody else ran behind. So this causes all kinds of traumatic things. People are in harm's way. They don't know the mental state of the person brandishing the knife. He actually held it over his head and kind of did a stabbing motion to try to get them to comply. They eventually allowed him to get to the drawer. He reached in, he grabbed 10s and 20s. And as he was running out, it was a white male, about 55 years old. He dropped one of the bills on the floor. They called the police and they report that the suspect was last seen in a particular vehicle with a Maryland plate heading west on Kingstown Road. Any guess where that person might be going? West, away from like Stop and Shop, Dunkin' Donuts. To the station. How nice would that be? Why can't we just work together? So no, he was interested in Route 95, north or south.
Right.
And once that happens, they can get miles on police before police can talk to witnesses, get accurate accounts. They're traumatized, shooken up. So Adam Andrukowitz was the initial officer responding. Adam is trained in BCI work. He did a great job securing the scene and lifting as many prints as he could from areas the suspect had touched. Unfortunately, there was no video surveillance in the store on that particular date. It had been out of commission for a couple of weeks. So we didn't have that to work on. Very good witness descriptions by all of the people involved. Sergeant Laterio, who was off duty, but he's really never off duty. He happened to become aware of this. Jess Bridie was here tonight, our dispatcher. She was working that night. She took all this information, did a great job. One of the witnesses had a plate. The plate was run, found out it was a vehicle stolen out of Florida a few days earlier. Sergeant Laterio starts taking command, follow-up steps. Mike Ellis, another police officer, he's our SRO. He canvassed the area, talked to as many people as possible. Long story short, you're building a foundation because you don't have the suspect. And eventually you want an honest assessment of whether the suspect you have is the one and the same. You don't want to get the wrong person because that helps no one, obviously. They did such a good job building that foundation. When this person was actually arrested, he had time to do in Florida. He had time to do in New Jersey. He's completed those, and now he lives in Cranston, in January. Because of that collective work by Adam Andrukowitz, Sergeant Laterio, Mike Ellis, Jess Bridie, and Lieutenant John Arnold, our prosecution officer, does a phenomenal job. Great investigator himself. They actually were able to locate a photo of the suspect, because once word got out through all this canvassing, Job Lot reported a similar suspect had gone into their store that same day. So they went and pulled a picture. Now we have a photo.
Good.
Sergeant Otero did a photo lineup with the eyewitnesses while it's still fresh in their mind, kind of contemporaneous when the crime occurred. And the person, without hesitation, identified this guy. So his name's Gary Fisher. He lives in Cranston now. I think he was from Port Orange, Florida. Fortunately, nobody was injured. Just a credit to the police work that was done 4.5 years ago that led to a sentence of, it's 15 total, 8 to serve, 7 probation, 7 suspended.
Perfect. All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Chief, for that report. It's a lot of good police work there. Kind of surprised it doesn't happen often personally, right close to the highway. I grew up in Coventry and I was very grateful to work at the second gas station in from the highway. So on to Carmen's report. I know we've been talking about this a lot, Carmen, but if you would like to share what you'd like from council tonight, that'd be great.
I guess what I'm looking for is the final language to put forward for eventually a public hearing. So you've got my 2 recommendations there. You've got my letter that states that I would recommend keeping the flat amount and then over the reval years to slowly get rid of that and then just go to the full percentage off of the value.
For sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I would want to slowly phase it away, especially with what we learned during the last meeting. So does any other counselors have any other thoughts or want to throw a motion on the floor so we have something to discuss? All right, I guess. All right, go ahead.
You look like you want to
I-
say something.
I'm-
That's why I'm waiting.
just-
I'm waiting.
Hold on, point of order. Just for clarity, I need somebody to like say, Madam President, or put your hand up a little bit. Like I need something to work with here, and so I can help direct this council forward. But with what happened earlier, I'd really prefer we kind of get back into what we're supposed to happen. Thank you. Go ahead, Reynolds.
Just, digesting what we talked about, last meeting, looking at some of the additional information that Carmen provided as far as the number of people who take advantage of the flat rate and how significant that can be to them, particularly those folks who are at the lower income end of things. I would really be hesitant to eliminate that, except over time, staggered, and again, consistent with the reval years, their assessed value is probably going to go up, and so the impact may be less. When's the next reval year?
Then it'll be reflected in the 2026 tax bill. So we are going to start a reval this year.
Okay, so it'll be the assessed value as of 12/31/25.
Correct.
Perfect.
And
Thanks.
so they do.
Go ahead. I thought you're done.
So they do that work. Vision, now that we've approved that.
Right.
We'll be doing that work this year.
Yes.
So they can establish values as of 12/31.
Yes. I think last time they started like in October. The prior December.
And it's a statistical reevaluation, not go out and look at every house.
Correct.
Right? So when you say, and that's one thing I want to clarify with you, when you say reval years, you're talking about the statistical reval years in addition to the full?
Yes, I mean, every reval year, yep.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Counselor Dinsmore, did you have something to add? Not
I
to
just,
put you on the
just a
spot?
quick comment. I just, the population that it affects, I just, worry about, because we don't know which way things are gonna go. So, that's just my trepidation.
Awesome. Thank
That's
you.
it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. So does anybody want to ask for the floor and put a motion on the floor? Would you like me to put that motion on the floor? Go ahead, Mark.
So because I think, at least my sentiment, and Councilor Dinsmore just indicated the same, we should put off doing any elimination of the flat amounts until next year, after the reval. So because this will be effective for this year, whatever we do now. All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we advertise for public hearing amendments to chapter 3.50, tax abatements and exemptions, section D by taking the draft that Carmen gave us without eliminating the flat numbers. So it would still be the hybrid, but also compressing the, eliminating the 55 to the 45% categories. That makes sense.
That's second. So is that clear to you?
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Do we have any other council questions or concerns or discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
one clarification. This also includes eliminating G2 in the draft.
Yes.
I want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah. Yes, that's part of my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding.
All right, so we'll go to our vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you.
All right, on to new business requests of Counselor Madnick for discussion and consideration. And I'm not gonna read all of it, but if you could kick us off with a motion for us to discuss what you'd like to do tonight, that'd be great.
Yes. Oh, no. Sorry, the agenda just jumped on me.
I
All right,
love you.
I'm making a motion to discuss and consider requesting staff to provide their recommendation based on a review of town code of ordinances, excluding Title 18, which is zoning, but it also might include codification of ordinances, removal of obsolete ordinances, improved efficiency for licensing, and modernization of any application process.
Awesome. I'll second for discussion. Mr. Madnick, you made the motion first, so if you'd like to go first, add anything, go for it, and then I'll open it up to other council members.
Yes, please. So I'm gonna ask the council a question real quick. This is something, I was going through ordinances and this is kind of what turned me on to this. So did you know that we had an indecent exposure ordinance?
No.
Okay. How much do you think the fine is for that?
$25.
It's $10. So I spent some time looking at ordinances. I dove deeper into them. And I wondered to myself, how many of these ordinances are outdated? How many of them do we not even enforce? I doubt we enforce that. There are laws on the books that handle that type of behavior. So I happened to stop into the town hall. I talked to Karen and I talked to Aaron for a long time about this. And this is kind of a method you'll probably see some of my agenda items as we go through the year, trying to see if there's things in the town that should be addressed that we haven't really gotten to. This isn't the first time that this has come up in front of the town council over the last couple of years, but I think this time it's worth at least diving into a little deeper and seeing what we can do to modernize the way that our town operates, become more efficient. That way, and at least in terms of the way that residents do business here and the way that potential businesses or applicants do business here, we can streamline it for everyone and make it easier. Additionally, make sure that our fee schedule is up to date because that is way out of date compared to other towns. So mainly just becoming correlate better with the other towns in Rhode Island. We're way behind doing this. It's something that I don't think the town council I've seen in the past has really attacked. I mean, it's come up, but we've never really had much initiative to do it. So just like 4 things I'm just going to point out. In my opinion, based on talking to staff, our ordinances are outdated and they need to be streamlined, and that can be performed through a codification process. Richmond also needs to improve the licensing process and modernize various applications and updating the fee schedule. There's going to be a more detailed discussion later on regarding like town hall efficiency, but this is like just the start of the conversation. And we're requesting staff to provide the town council with an approach to modernization of the ordinances, applications, the licensing process, and potentially drafting requests for proposal for the codification of bids. So that's how I want to start off, but I'd like to turn it over to our staff to kind of give us their feedback and their opinions on this.
Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do council discussion first. And then if anybody has any questions or feedback or anything, we'll just keep going as we usually do. So I will open up to other council discussion, but I'm just gonna add that we did bring this before the last council and I was totally in favor of it. We wanted to review all of our ordinances from top to bottom. We wanted to make sure it was all up to date. And for various reasons, it didn't push through. So I'm in full support of doing it. My only question when we get to it, because we're gonna hear from other counselors as well, would just be where the funds would come from, because the thought before was to have it come out of ARPA money. So my only question is, where's the funding for it happening? But do any other counselors have any questions or concerns they'd like to bring up? Sure, go ahead, Jim. Saw your hand first.
Yeah, just a comment. I think, just to clarify for Mr. Bendick, that indecent exposure.
Through the chair.
Through
Thank
chair.
you.
It only applies if it's in town waters for indecent exposure, just for the record, 9.08. Why are some of, this is not my wheelhouse as far as understanding all the ordinances. Why are some reserved?
It would probably depend on what it is. I don't know off the top of my head, but that's a
There were
great question to ask when
quite
we
a
get to it.
few- Yeah, quite a few that are reserved. I just didn't know why.
Yeah, for sure. Any other counselor questions or concerns they want to bring up? Sure, go ahead, Jeff.
I just want to say that I agree. I have looked over some of it too, and it's very outdated. It has dates underneath some of the ordinances. It's like 2018, you know, so, yeah, I think it's worth a look.
For sure. You got anything? All right, you don't have to.
I would like to hear from the staff's take on it. I think
For
it's a
sure.
good idea. There's clearly going to be a budgetary implication, and how we need to factor that in. Maybe it needs to be, you know, included in the budget, so we see how that looks along with everything else.
For sure.
And weighing priorities, but I think it's a great idea. But you know, I'd like to hear from staff as far as what parts can we do in-house? What parts are we gonna have to go out to? I know some of this, particularly the codification part, we're gonna have to go out probably, but is the licensing something we can handle in-house? So I'd like to hear from them on
That sounds good. So who on staff would like to speak here? Go ahead,
I
Karen.
mean, I can just speak generally in terms of the cost. As you said, we talked about it with ARPA and we ended up not doing it. There's definitely going to be a significant cost. Enough, I think, that we wouldn't do it in this current fiscal year. It would have to be something budgeted for next fiscal year, starting July 1st. It's certainly something we could, you know, talk about during budgeting. But as far as, you know, licensing and all, I think Erin's got some thoughts on how we would make those changes, but then we would definitely have to post an RFP for someone to actually do a lot of the codification.
Yeah, for sure. Erin, not to put you on the spot, did you have anything that you wanted to add? And could you answer the question about the reserve? Or is that?
So I was part of the codification process. None of our ordinances, like in Richmond and West Greenwich, were codified. And we built that over time through a capital plan or a dedicated account that rolled over for several years. It was in the ballpark about $60,000 in a year and a half from once we awarded to full codification. And that codification did include our zoning ordinance, our land subdivision regulations, checklists, as well as all of our other ordinances. Now, because Title 18 got a pretty big overhaul, I'm not sure that would be necessary for codification, because that would eliminate unnecessary bills that we can no longer do. So that was done. However, I do think it would be beneficial to look at our ordinances. We do have a lot of ordinances in Richmond, and as you've said, they're outdated. I think a huge benefit that we could probably do in-house, that I could foresee to be the most reasonable, and it would take some time certainly, is to review each department, the ordinance that affect them, and make kind of a recommendation to eliminate that, and we could move through time in that. Licensing is something that has evolved and we've been working on. We matched indoor entertainment applications with the same notice requirements as outdoor. So we've made small ones, but the biggest thing we've done in my office is revise the checklists, so that not only do we have an ordinance that's relative by law, we have layman's terms for our businesses on what's required. And so there's certain additions that have come up through state law that can be added, but we need to amend our ordinance to do that. However, getting rid of outdated items, unless you like completely know and have direct tangible experience with those, that is something you're going to want to go out for. And so a codification that would first take all of our ordinances and bounce them off of current state law, They would then provide feedback to myself and the town solicitor to say these sections should be striked because it's, you know, it doesn't agree with this state law, or we recommend changing wording for this, or you can use this. So you would pick and you go through it chapter by chapter. And at that time, I'm dating myself, it was a giant binder. So it wasn't done, so you'd circle and move on, and then the whole document was created and all of the amendments were codified and approved in one set of public hearings. That was very costly, and the land subdivision regulations as well as the zoning piece was probably the biggest piece of that puzzle. So I do think we could maybe improve some of our efficiencies in licensing. And I hate to say licensing, I think we could prove some efficiencies for our businesses in clear directions of some of our ordinances. And so whether that requires an ordinance update, I'm not sure. However, my office revamped about 1.5 years ago all of our license applications to make it very clear what's required on an application and what's not. I do have some amendments I'd like to see to that, so that way we can get more detailed site plans, or if you don't have another license in town, you provide a retail sales tax certificate because it's required for some but not. And so trying to clean up some of those like businesses that fall in the cracks that are not liquor, food and such. We don't regulate mobile food establishments. That's something I think that certainly should be looked at for a, in my opinion, a fairness to our brick and mortar stores. So that ordinance will probably should be looked at, as well as so I think for efficiency wise, I think that would help our business applicants, but that does take some time. And so some of the hang up on a lot of that is that when you open a business in town, you have to go through a certain process with either zoning or a planning board. And so I think if we had maybe more layman's terms on some of those checklists, that could approve efficiency for licensing. But I do believe we have a pretty solid stance on the checklists of what we have in ordinance now. The state of Rhode Island is taking over our, when you come in and you don't need a victualing license, you don't need to, you don't have a liquor license, and you just want to register your business name. So it was called a trade name certificate. We have a business registration in Richmond. We don't charge for that, but we require every business to register. But if you want to register the name, you have to fill out the trade name. It's $10. There wasn't really that much oversight done, so they would come into the office previously and they'd basically leave with it the same day, whether it could be permitted in their use or not, because there was no real control measures. So zoning now has a zoning use determination for every time they come in to make sure that they can operate their business if it's something that doesn't get licensed in front of the town council. So now it's streamlined and that is on that checklist. But now that trade names are going away, we're not going to necessarily get those. And while it's required for every business to register in the town, they only do so when they need to open up a business check. So they either go two routes and do a business registration, or they do a trade name with our town. Or if you're an LLC or corporation, you do a trade name with the state. And so as of August, they're going to take all of our trade names. So I've already started seeing what that would look like, because I do think we should have more teeth in our ordinance for regular business registrations, just so that there is some sort of oversight, because we're not going to know if they go to the state to apply for basically registering their name. They're not looking at, can they do the business they want to do in Richmond? So I definitely have some ideas on improving that. Noise, we kind of recently redid that with the sound permit. I'm sorry, that's what I was talking about, outdoor entertainment, not indoor. But I think we could probably, each department, go through some of that, but really we would need codification to really have a full review, and that we would have to outsource.
Awesome, thank you. Talia.
Hello.
I would note that there are still some substantive changes that will need to be made to the zoning ordinance. I think that can be done, it can and should be done as a separate process from this because there were changes made to state law. So as you probably all recollect, either through being on the council or participating in the process, that the amendments to the zoning ordinance that were adopted by the town council were adopted in May of last year, and the legislative session adjourned in about late June. And there were other bills that have been made into law that we need to update our regulations to concur with. And also note that by October of 2025, all application materials for development proposals, whether it's a subdivision or a land development project, will now have to be online. And there are going to be different ways that that is funded, and part of it is through the building permit process. So as we are working through these amendments to our land development and subdivision regulations and our zoning ordinances, we should be considering what that might look like and how that might work. So that's all I have to say about that particular component.
Awesome, thank you. I'm gonna revisit the question because I think it was missed. Do you know what the reserved is for? I know there's a lot of them in there, but just generally?
I do not know.
Okay, perfect. But Erin, go ahead.
So some of them are reserved because there is a chapter in the state law that we may have enabling, that we don't have any language underneath it. And then some are reserved but most of them are not reserved because they're repealed. So it's pretty much how the numbers should go if we are going to implement further ordinance.
Perfect, thank you so much. Any other council questions or discussion on this item? Sure, go ahead, Mark.
Just a question for Erin. You mentioned the state taking the trade name. Can you just explain to me a little bit what you mean?
So for corporations and LLCs, they had to register their name with the Secretary of State's office. Enabling legislation went in last spring that as of August of this year, the state of Rhode Island will take over all trade names. And so so they'll go to one entity to register because there was no real oversight of ownership of a name. And there was a lot of conflicts with names because I don't report my names to Exeter or Coventry. And so if they're close in line, you may have, you know, say a town pizza. So some of that is a revenue thing that the state is taking back from the town. I will say that. They did reach out to the Clerks Association. I did have some reservations of how it was going to look like because now we're continuing to issue them and people come here. But it stops as of the date that they take our records. So they don't really have a great process of how they're going to do it. We keep our trade names it's not digitized in paper. They have to be hard application signatures, which is probably the biggest frustration I will say with a lot of our license applications is we need to have notarized signatures, and we don't have electronic notary software on our licensing because that would be another software program we'd have to provide. And honestly, I think it's cost prohibitive for the amount of licenses that we have in town. But so we have our trade name books and they're filed by a piece of paper in a binder alphabetically and they're recorded. But when they come take our records, I'm like, what is that going to look like? And basically they're going to scan all of our records and take them and see if they're relevant because there's no expiration on a trade name.
Awesome.
So do you know they're gonna digitize our existing records and put them into some kind of database? Do you know whether we can search by town? Now, again, because of mailing addresses, that becomes difficult. So we could access that same database without having however many binders you have of paper. Or don't you know how we're going to do it?
We can access it. The program, I was at a meeting Friday, is not yet built. I'm a little concerned with the takeover in August that it's not yet built, but they did say that we would have full access to those records. However, we're not going to be receiving the application. They're all going to go to the state, and then and it's basically not even a business registration. They're registering the name. So that's why I've had some initial conversations with town closer about how that would look like with our current business registration ordinance. Because the two, luckily, in Richmond are separate. Some entities, some towns consider them the same exact thing, but how ours are written, they're different.
Perfect.
So is the concern, and I know this is kind of getting, but is the concern that you won't be able to determine whether the business is permitted in that area if someone's not coming in looking for a trade name? Is that the concern?
Or all the ones that don't have other
Others.
criteria, yeah, because we do, I mean, we issue probably in a month, like, you know, a handful. And so they're home business operations, they're services,
Right.
they're all different kinds of licenses that we don't regulate
Right.
otherwise by ordinance.
Right, okay.
It's also a revenue loss for us, but it's not giant, but it is.
Yep.
Like, since
Okay.
the state's taking it over.
All right. But that's kind of beyond the scope of what we're talking about. But anyway.
A little into the weeds for sure, but any other questions or concerns from council or staff member? Awesome. So we did have a motion that was made to ask town staff to perform a review of the town code ordinances excluding Title 18. Which, yeah, I was just gonna read it back so we were clear, but I guess, no, it's fine. So the rest of the item was included with that motion. We had a second. Counselor Reynolds, did you have something else you wanted to add before I do a vote?
Yeah, well, I don't think we should be asking town staff to do the review now. I think we should be asking them to come back with, this is how we propose doing it. This is what we need, can outsource. We can do this in the town clerk's office. I think just making a blanket motion to review the ordinances excluding Title 18 is too much at this point, not knowing what we want to codify through, through outsourcing. So I think the motion's too broad.
It was my understanding that that was the request, was to have town staff review it, come back to us to decide what they could handle in-house and what could be done outsourced, and then come back to us with that information.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, sure, go ahead, Dan.
just to clarify, so I didn't read this exactly as it's written. When I made the motion, I changed the wording on here. Request town staff provide us with their review of this and with a path forward. So what I wanted to clarify before we actually got into a potential vote is that my anticipation is that we get back feedback as staff goes and discusses in Ms. Pinch's report, just as she did with the CCA.
Yeah, okay. Well, that one.
Sorry.
But no, I agree with you.
Point of order. Through the chair.
He was speaking. Let him finish.
I know, but then you went to speak and he went to speak. It's just with what happened earlier. I want to keep us on like a level playing field here. So Dan, continue. Unless you're all set.
Trying to think what I was gonna say. Yeah, the way that I put it on the agenda, you're right, it's not clear, and I apologize for that. But it's not actually doing the codification now. There's questions about budget that Ms. Wilcox brought up that, we need to handle, but I wanted more of this to be start a discussion in public to say, all right, the town council, if we approve the motion, is going to start this process, requesting staff's time to go do this, and all these different things that could help the town. So it's really just like a kickoff and getting the feedback from staff, because I'm not an expert in ordinances. I have no idea how any of this works. And I don't want to be that person that direct that, because it's not my job up here.
For sure. So Erin, could I ask your help to read that motion back? Because I wanted to make sure that that was read specifically, because I was in the process of going to read it.
Councilor Magnet, seconded by President Wilcox for staff to review the ordinance and make recommendations excluding Title 18 with / codification, review of potential codification, efficiency with licensing and modernization.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I may rely on you in the future to help me with that as we go forward. Thank you. Any further council questions? Does that clarify what you needed, Councilor Reynolds?
I just want to make sure it's clear that we want feedback on the process to be followed to accomplish this task, not specific, amendments to the ordinance.
ordinances, just so they know that that's the charge.
For sure. So with that, we'll go to our vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Actually, Palmigano.
You did.
You threw me off last week, Palmigano.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Perfect. So on to new business K2. Again, Counselor Madnick, this is your item, so if you can kick us off with a motion for discussion, what you're looking to get done tonight, that'd be great.
If I may, Counselor Wilcox, since we have two similar agenda items, I would like to make a motion to combine discussion of items 2 and 4 into one, because I believe they're very similar and we might as well just have the discussion at the same time.
Sure, I'll second that. Any council discussion on that motion?
Good idea.
All right, Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. So I'm gonna actually take the lead then because we need to have our goals before we assign anything to anyone. So I'm gonna kick it off with a motion. Motion to select our 5 shared goals for the term as number 1, support and complete the park at 4 Richmond Townhouse Road. Number 2, support and work towards sustainable growth, including welcoming new businesses and supporting existing and expanding businesses. 3, encourage opportunities for grants to maximize funding for many of town's initiatives. For example, a great grant writer. And number 4, work through items within the hazard mitigation plan. Could I have a second? All right. Thank you. Second for discussion. So what I was hoping to do here was throw some items on the table. And for efficiency's sake, we could do motions to amend, to add or remove anything that anybody else would like to add or remove to this. And then we can vote on them kind of one at a time. But I want to kick us off with some just to get us started. I did go through the goals. Every counselor was asked to submit 3 to 5 goals for our term. And I looked at ones that were similar, even though the wording might have been a little different. The idea was quite frankly still the same, even though we had a lot of different writing. So I think that these 4 at least kind of kick us off with things that we all agree on, that we all want to see happen, and kind of threw multiple goals into one with number 2 there, which I meant to print out so everyone can see it, so I wasn't just reading. So my apologies for that, but it's been a busy day.
Madam Chair, can you repeat those? I just want to type them up, because I was reading what you wrote on the agenda and I was like, these are different.
Sure.
Thank you.
It was motion to select the 5 shared goals for the term as number 1, support and complete the park at 4 Richmond Townhouse Road. 2, support and work towards sustainable growth, including welcoming new businesses and supporting existing and expanding businesses. 3, encourage opportunities for grants to maximize funding for many of the town's initiatives, i.e. a grant writer. 4, work through items within the hazard mitigation plan. And again, I'll read it again. I'm so sorry, guys. I did not throw in a 5th because I was hoping that would come through with the discussion. I was leaving it open to whatever anybody else wanted to say or add. So with that, if anybody has anything, go ahead, Jim.
Sure, thank you, Madam President. I did the same activity. I was looking at all the goals that were submitted from each of the council members. And I just plotted them just to try to do a mind map to see where there was overlap. And it's very encouraging that the first 3 that you mentioned overlap with the ones that I had come up with. So I had identified one as the infrastructure improvements, which includes number 4 Richmond Townhouse Road. That is an infrastructure improvement, and that was listed by you as your 5th goal, me as my 2nd, Mark as his 4th, and Mark also as his 5th goal. That ties in. The second one I had was promote Richmond as the outdoor entertainment capital of Rhode Island. That ties into your goal number 3, my number 1, Dan's number 5, Mark's number 4 and 5. The third one I had was new revenue sources through grant funding. Your number 2 and my number 1, so aligns with yours. And then the 4th was economic development as a broad topic, and that ties into Dan's 1 and 2, my 1, Mark's 4, and Mark's 5, and Jeff, yours as well, your number 1.
Yes, sir.
And then the 5th was Charitable Plaza refresh. I just call it a refresh as a focus area, which was Jeff's number 1, my number 1, and Dan's number 1. So those were the 5 areas. And as you saw what I said, the SOAR member Richmond Townhouse Road is your number 1. That ties into the infrastructure. Your sustainable growth is tied into the economic development, and your grants ties into this as well for new sources of funding. I just wanted to share that.
For sure.
Thank you.
Any other counselors got something that
Yes,
you want to
Madam.
go? Oh, sure.
Madam Chair, I agree with very high level, all four of these goals. And just a question, do you plan on, through this discussion, getting into some of the details of how we're going to implement these goals?
I would not, because the way the agenda is listed, it was shared, the agenda says select 5 shared goals for the term. So that's what we're gonna do, to have our shared goals, kind of like a roadmap for the next couple of years. It was more team building as well as a direction for anybody else who, like boards and commissions, town staff, they know that these are our priorities. They know what things they can work on, or would be kind of approved by council and easy for council.
Okay, so then we'll discuss more in detail when we get to the next agenda item that I.
Go ahead, Mark.
Well, that was gonna be my point. We just combined 2 and 4.
Yeah.
For that reason. So once we settle on 4 or 5 goals, we should at least have a high level discussion about how we think they should move forward. And that's basically was the agenda item that Dan. So I think it's part of the overall discussion. Obviously, you gotta have goals before you decide how to
Right.
implement them. But I think it's all gonna be, part of the same discussion.
For sure. Oh, does anybody else have something to add? Maybe like. All right, so are we moving forward with the motion on the floor? Because I have nothing to amend the motion as it is.
I think, as Jim pointed out, at least 3 of us, if not 4, had Charahoe Plaza on our list. And if you don't do it that specifically, at least redevelopment of something more generic. We all know what we're talking about, but I think that should be maybe number 5. So I would, go ahead.
No,
No,
I'll let you finish
I
first,
would,
then I'll
I'd make a
let them know.
motion to amend, I would make a motion to amend the motion to add a 5th goal concerning the goal of redeveloping vacant and underutilized commercial properties in the Wyoming area.
I'll second that motion, amended motion, and go on to Jeff. Do you have
No, I
something
just
you want
want
to add?
to say thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, I think that's an all shared goal of all of us going forward. So thank you.
For sure. While I agree, it should be a topic and a list we discuss. I like the idea. I like the way the motion's worded, redeveloped vacant and underutilized properties. I don't want to limit us to just certain areas, because I think there's other areas that could use that as well. But Jim, were you trying to get attention? You got something you want to add?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to circle back when you're done. Just so just to confirm, the motion would be for the 1 would be supporting number 4 Richmond Town Road. Number 2 is sustainable growth for businesses, which i.e. economic development in a general sense. Number 3 is the grants. Number 4 was the hazard mitigation plan, and number 5 is the redevelopment of areas in need of development, i.e. What I had mentioned before. And I think those, when I look at what I had written, they're all encompassed in that, with the exception of the hazard mitigation plan. That was not one of the ones that I had put on there. I guess I'd like to hear a little bit more. Just help me to understand how that's going to be something we'll focus on, just for the sake of education purposes.
Sure. So we do have a motion to add number 5 first. So let's add that and then we'll discuss it.
Sure.
So the motion to amend to add redevelop vacant and underutilized properties to our list. We already had a second. Yeah. So we're gonna go to our vote. Counselor Dinsmore?
Yes.
Manick?
Yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Now we have our main motion, which is all 5 of those items together. And when I look at number 4, I think only myself and Counselor Madnick had those up. But I do think that just with the way the climate is, I threw it up because it was one thing that I think is really important. And I think it's something that we should encourage. All of our boards have really a hand in that. Not all, many of our boards have a hand in that, and council can have a hand in it as well. Staff certainly does, especially once we get a new EMA director. But if somebody wants to remove that and add something else, that's something that's possible as well. So I hope that answered your question.
Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
I just want to say I support that. The hazard mitigation plan I think it's really important, especially with some of the adverse weather events that we've had lately. While some of the councilors didn't have it as a goal, I mean, we just had a discussion tonight about tree maintenance, cost the town $35,000 a year. That's just trees. Weather hazards, they affect everyone. And fortunately this year, the winter hasn't been too rough, but a year ago we had some really bad flooding and it really affected schools, businesses, people able to get to work. And so I really think it's helpful to put this on here and focus on it. So I appreciate that. It's something that you're supporting as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarification. I think I was thinking, what are the tasks that we would do to support that? So that's clarified. So looking at things that that should be part of that plan, we would be either approving or financing, whatever we do, making sure that we have that. That makes sense. That makes sense. I appreciate the clarification.
Awesome. Any other?
Yeah, just that encompasses infrastructure improvements. Making sure, it can be as simple as raising culverts to make sure that the water is flowing under the road, not over the road. Those kinds of things. And a lot of those, as Dan said, we've had problems with flooding. So I think, that if we can, again, and that falls into another one of our goals of maximizing grants, because all these things take money. I think it's hazard mitigation. Everyone's like, what are you talking about? But it's simple infrastructure improvements that could help, residents, better deal with and hopefully not have to deal with some of the issues with weather.
All right. Anybody else got anything to add? Erin, was that motion clear enough? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
I don't think so. I think it's clear enough. Go ahead, Dan.
I just want to say that I'm really looking forward to continuing in the next, year and a half plus with this town council. The fact that we all submitted independently in isolation similar goals, and I know that 4 of us ran together, and now that we're 5, we're doing what's in the best interest of this town, and we're all going to be moving in the same direction. I think that's really important, and to have the 5 of us supporting all of these things and working together to help this town, I think is really important. So I respect everyone's input on this and everyone working together, respectfully to move forward.
Sure. All right. With no other discussion, I'll go for our roll call vote. Councilor Dinsmore?
Yes.
Madnick?
Yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox? Yes. Super excited. We have our goals. So now, Councilor Madnick, if you want to go forward and whatever you want to throw out there, I don't know what your idea was for assigning anything, but it would be good to have just some clear motion so we can have a discussion about it.
Sure. So I'm going to make a motion to assign leads, town council leads and partners to take action on the goals and initiatives that were just approved by the town council.
One clarification.
Sure.
Just a question, as we have a future agenda item to discuss the task force, which would involve assigning, if it's approved, assigning council members to be on that, which ties into economic development. Do you see any conflict with doing the assignment now and having that later?
I'm not 100% sure what the assignments are here, so I don't know. So I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
No, I was gonna ask for clarification as well. So what do you want to assign to who or what, so we can move it forward? I guess
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So I think this is going to be a larger discussion about how goals are handled, and especially from a perspective of working in, corporate office. So the goals are very broad, and goals are great, but if they're not, if you haven't heard the term SMART goals, they're specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and timely. So it's great that we have these 5 overarching goals. And then what we have to do is we have to break them down into smaller actionable items or things we can actually take. And so it's what I like to do at work and with my employees is, all right, so you got a big goal. So at the end of the year, you want to be successful. All right, that's great. Well, how are you going to be successful? What actions are you going to take to do that? So you break your big goals down into little goals, little things that will get you to that success of meeting those big goals. And all right, so support and complete 4 Richmond Townhouse Road. So maybe we should go through the big goals first and we'll break them down.
Quite honestly, I don't know if we have the time for that this evening. Just seeing how long the agenda is and what we have here. I just don't know if we do. And also the way the agenda is listed, I don't want to get too much into the weeds on each and every one of these items out of fear that it wasn't properly noticed to the public.
Was
So
properly,
I
noticed.
would
all
want
these
to,
goals, all
excuse
these
me,
details are
point of
here.
order, point of order. We wait our turn. Because another counselor has their hand up. So, that's why I was just looking for a clear motion, so I knew kind of what we were talking about. And I lost my train of thought, but go ahead, Counselor, Alshano, thank you.
Thank you. I was just gonna ask, my only concern is that, again, knowing that we'll have a discussion whether the council will decide to approve the task force, which involves assigning council members to that task force, it ties into economic development. Because economic development or growing sustainable business is one of the items, I would just want to make sure we don't inadvertently create a rolling quorum and open meeting violation by, let's say, assigning 2 members to a task force and a 3rd member to that business, sustainable business, that then are having conversations outside of the scope of the public. That's my only concern. So however we could mitigate that to make sure we don't do that, whether it's continuing the discussion, I think it's important. I just don't want to step in that minefield by accident.
For sure. Any other council questions? Sure, go ahead.
I would just say, to Dan's point, there, 2 of these things were already in the process of doing. We heard from Karen on 4 Richmond Townhouse Road. We know that how that's moving forward, so that should be fairly simple to kind of say, keep doing what you're doing, and Jim's been involved in those discussions as well. We've already had a discussion, a prior meeting about getting feedback from town staff on a grant writer.
Right.
So that's in process already. So, I think we just need to follow through and make sure we get feedback when the time comes. I know we had a hazard mitigation on one of the prior agendas, and we put it off because that's going to need some feedback from Talia on the current status of the hazard mitigation plan. And, that's probably step 1 with that. So I think some of these things are already in process. I don't, again, I don't know that assigning a person right now each one is necessary. I think we should talk about what the next steps are for each of them, so we have a process for moving forward. And some of the bigger ones, some of the broader ones, like, sustainable growth, are going to have to be broken down, and that may be better done, like Jim said, once we know what the landscape is going to be for our economic development boards and commissions. So, I think we should have a general discussion. I don't know that we have to necessarily assign a council member to each one of these. But we need to keep tabs on the things that are already in process to make sure they come back to us in a timely manner, so we can keep those already moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. Agreed.
Madam Chair,
Sure, go ahead, Jen.
would this be better as a workshop item in the
That-
future?
That's exactly what I was suggesting.
My concern is that we have these goals, and if we don't assign, well, first off, as I mentioned, they're very high level. And if you don't actually put any real actions on them, we're never going to accomplish anything. We get 1.5 years to do something. And a lot of these things, because of OMA, you can't put 5 council members on it, and because of confidentiality. So I'm going to give an example. So with Charahoe Plaza, you can't have, it's disrespectful to have 5 town council members calling the capstone and saying, what are you doing, right? So you need to assign people that you trust and delegate that work to go do that and say, all right, we're going to take the lead on this and trust that we're going to engage with them or anyone else. If not, we're going to have a similar situation that every town council has fallen into over the last decade, which is we have all these goals and things to accomplish, and it's everyone's responsibility and it's no one's responsibility, and you don't get anything done. And just like, I appreciate what Jim said. He put the Economic Development Task Force on here, and he makes a good point that, well, we could really mess something up here. Well, this is a really good example of it. So we just put goals on here. I put assigning leads. Jim wants to, he's partnering with Jeff on that. We already know that. So then you get into this really tough decision on like who's doing what and making sure that you don't violate OMA. I'm just concerned that if we don't actually put people in charge of some of these things, we are gonna just step on each other's toes, and we'll have multiple agenda items that are exactly the same like we have now, because we can't discuss it ahead. So that's where my feelings are on this, is we gotta actually hold people accountable up here. So however we do that, that's fine, but I don't want to dismiss it. So I don't mind amending the motion, rescinding it, but we have to keep ourselves accountable. We have to keep working towards this. We have to assign people to go after these things. If we don't, then we're not getting anything accomplished.
For sure, I agree, and I'm not at all dismissing setting goals and working towards them. We all have our ways that we set goals. I've achieved a lot, so I definitely am there. You want something, it's specific, and I like to work backwards towards it. Got through a lot of things that way, through work, through personal challenges, and I just wanted to know who is going to be responsible for what. But if we have on the agenda to assign leads and partners to take action on the goal and submit, like just the way it's listed, we can't get into the weeds about what you had just commented on the Charahoe Plaza assignment, because it's not listed that way. So if somebody who represents them looks at their agenda, they're not expecting us to discuss them tonight, and I just wouldn't want to betray their trust. So I have thoughts on what you had said on that, but now I'm reserved about sharing it because I wouldn't want to ruin the bounds that you had already mentioned that we don't want to. We want to keep that relationship secure. And I trust our town planner to continue that relationship. I think that's the person that's assigned to that task. And I just think without a specific direction, kind of like you mentioned with the goals, kind of like if we don't have a specific direction for this, then we can't get it through the agenda. It's in my mind, it's actually kind of really similar. We need a specific item to take action on, or schedule time for a workshop, because we have a good amount of things still left tonight. So did the motion actually get a second, Erin? Because I didn't think so. So we don't have a motion on the floor. I didn't think.
No,
I didn't
the
think.
motion was to assign town council leads to take action on the goals just approved by the town council.
Okay. So we don't have a motion on the floor, but we do need some kind of direction, or we can just agree that maybe a workshop is better and work offline to schedule the same based on everyone's schedules. So does any counselors have something they want to add, some kind of action they want to take? Go ahead, Jim.
Just a question, if you could confirm with Councilor Madnick that he'd be okay with a workshop, because I think it's an important topic. I want to make sure
sure.
that that's entertained.
For sure. Thanks for going through the president.
Sure.
I did believe he did say that, but let's double check. Counselor Madnick.
Yeah, let's hold a workshop.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So we can move forward without taking action. We have in the past. And we'll figure out a time offline, which will then be posted accordingly with the OMA to discuss this publicly. So with that, I'll move on to the next item. All right, which is Councilor Parmigiano. You want to kick us off with a motion and then we'll discuss it, please.
Absolutely. So I had requested a motion for the creation of a resolution in support of the Charahoe Cowboys and cheerleading organization for the use of the Charahoe High School field. And so I have some things that I've attached. So that's the motion. I'll stop before I go into discussion.
I'll second it. Now we can discuss.
Great,
Go ahead.
thank you. And I just want to thank Lucy Heath, who has stayed for this long meeting, who's part of the Charahoe Cowboys organization, who's here as well to answer any questions. But I had introduced this because I follow also the discussion from our friends in Charlestown, and where Deb Carney and the Charlestown Town Council had put together a motion. And just a couple of things. If you're not familiar with the Charahoe Cowboys organization, and we have a council member from Charleston as well, thank you. If you're not familiar with the Charahoe Cowboys organization, it is a fantastic organization that is promoting cheerleading and football for young boys and girls throughout all three towns. I think the total of 80% of those participants from the three towns. And today they use the practice field and their game field behind the Charlestown Town Hall, which is Pachaski Field. It's worked out well for practices. But the challenge is now what we're experiencing is game days. It's very challenging. It's one way in pretty much and one way out for the parking on the other side. There's a small and then temporary concession area. So it's made it very challenging. And so the rationale was to request, put a request from each of the towns showing the support of utilizing the Charahoe High School field for game days. And during the season, there are only approximately 5 games that are played at home games during the season. And this is a request that would be not only a good reflection on the Charahoe district, but also it would enable us to have a lot easier time with traffic and concessions. We are the only member organization of that league that actually, of all the teams, that does not use their high school field. So all of the other teams, we go to North Kingstown. I mean, it's like going to the Patriots game at North Kingstown. I tell you, it's a stadium. Situate, North Smithfield, they're all feeder organizations into their towns, and they use that. So I don't know, Madam President, if you want to hear from the counselor this year or Lucy Heath, or if you want to have discussion first amongst council.
Yeah, I think we should have council discussion first respectfully and see if they have questions, because the information is here. So do we have any counselors who'd like to add anything, ask questions? Or I'll go ahead, Matt.
Why do they need to use the high school field?
So one of the reasons is the on game day, the challenge with parking, traffic control, and concessions is causing a difficulty at that field, the Pachowski field. I may ask Lucy Heath, who is part of the organization, to elaborate on that. I'm gathering that I didn't answer the question.
You did, no, right, and probably because I phrased it poorly. And my concern is from a very general sense, this is not something that the Richmond Town Council should be weighing in on. This is a issue between Charahoe Cowboys, and I agree with everything you said. This is not about whether you support the Charahoe Cowboys or not, but it's an issue between them and the district and, you know, other potential options. So the question that I had was, why do they need to use the main playing field at Charahoe as opposed to some other place in the Tri-Town area?
I guess we can, do you have an answer to that
Well,
question?
why don't
Okay.
we defer to the council member, because I know that
Yeah, we'll do
After-
it. If you can,
after.
we'll go through council, we'll get all the questions out, all the concerns out. We'll have one answer at one time.
I do have a response, but I think
Do
that
any other counselors have any other questions or concerns? Want their voices heard? Sure, I do. I share reservations, or I share those concerns with kind of, I don't know, putting our opinion out for Charahoe, the school district. I think that's something that they need to resolve, and I don't understand why it wouldn't get resolved through them directly. I know it's only 5 games, but the school does have wear and tear on the fields, and I was at the most recent budget workshop. I know I couldn't make the omnibus, I apologize, but I did go to the recent budget workshop where that was brought up as a concern, was the wear and tear on the fields, even without this. So I think that the Charahoe Cowboys should work with the Charahoe School District to see what kind of wear and tear does 5 games have? What kind of fee can we then apply? And then work it out amongst themselves. I support the Charahoe Cowboys. I understand that they then go up to be the A athletes that we need or want, but I just really think it should be something the school should handle. Cause I did see this and I was like, what is the problem? And I reached out to Regina Picard, and she had emailed me back and said that her concerns were the wear and tear on the fields. We need those fields in top condition for the students that are within Charahoe that's using them. And I just think that these 2 organizations need to work it out amongst themselves. And I don't know, that's all I got on it. Any other counselors have anything they want to add before we go to the public? Awesome. Counselor Stokes, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you for that. You have the floor to add whatever you want to add.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable members of the council, President Carney regrets that she was unable to be here this evening to speak, so unfortunately you have me. I think the sentiment that you have brought up here is one of caution, and I understand that. So I'm just going to give you a historical context for Charlestown and how we've found ourselves involved this way, and then you take that as you may. So Pachowski Field calling it a field is generous. So it's essentially, they do the best they can with what they have. Now, these are a youth organization that exists for our children. And when I say our children, I mean Charahoe's children, for the most part, 80%. Now, what the council member had stated earlier about North Kingstown, you go to a North Kingstown game, you see a game up there, you're in the high school stadium. We try to support that organization any way we can. You've seen us purchase light towers. We've loaned them to Richmond for use at different events. That was the main purpose, but we also get benefit out of those things. We also try to assist them in any way we can in the field. 80% of this group is our taxpayers and our residents. And when I say we can't weigh in with Charahoe, nobody's asking this town council, at least Charlestown, the intention of myself as councilor, and I know personally President Carney, is not to have you decide whether or not Charahoe is going to allow the use of the field. What we were asking is for you to support one of your other fellow towns in encouraging that Charahoe brings up this issue and looks at it. And it gives the Cowboys essentially a avenue to sit before Charahoe. It's an encouragement to have them do it. When we say maintenance on the field, that's an issue that comes up regularly that we hear about. These are 5 games a year, and these are 14-year-old kids. Now, I know we all would like to think they're the Patriots, but these kids, they can certainly do some wear and tear on a field, but our high school field is more than capable of handling. It's something that as 3 towns, I just want us all to consider and remember that those fields are not Charahoe's fields. Those fields are the residents of Charlestown, Richmond, and Hopkinton. That's who purchases those fields. That's who pays the taxes into that system. And this is an organization, a youth organization, which consists of those residents and their children. And as a town entity, and again, however Richmond proceeds is, ultimately your decision. We have already passed our resolution. We have already passed it forward. We will continue to advocate for this and support this. But I just think when you make a decision asking for a request to be considered as a resolution, I don't think that's making Charahoe, that's not making the decision for Charahoe, and it's certainly not determining that, yes, this is absolutely going to happen. It's basically just putting some weight behind, hey, we support this organization too, please look into this and consider it. We make resolutions for a number of things, and I think that's certainly an appropriate action. But again, entirely up to yourselves, and I don't envy your seats. I do understand though. So if I can answer any questions, I'm happy to.
I think you answered them, unless anybody else disagrees. I think you answered the question as to why the issue happens with that field, why they have to use the other field. Councilor Reynolds, did that answer
No,
your question?
the other question I had just listening to Councilor Stokes is it just one team that's going to be playing there, or are you going to have all divisions playing there on those 5 Sundays?
Oh, that's a good question, because it does say 5 games here. So do you want to answer that question?
Maybe, I don't know.
No, I would rather have the Cowboys answer. I just wanted to give you the town's perspective.
Oh, sure.
I don't,
Yeah,
the answers,
sure.
but
We will hear from our next guest. Thank
beautiful.
you.
Thank you very much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
All right.
And, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And I'm so sorry, I didn't catch your first name, so if you get to the podium, could you just state it for the record as well?
I will. My name is Lucy Heath and I'm resident of Richmond, and with the Cowboys, I am the football commissioner. With Rhode Island Pre-Teen, which is the organization that we fall under, I am the treasurer. And today, we have a lot of kids that want to play football, and we try to do our best. Our field at Pachowski is okay. What happens is, yeah, the first 3 games that we have in the season, okay, the field's pretty good. We have no water down there. We have no capability of having water down there. So by the end of the season, that field is like a dust ball. And we get a bad rap from all the other organizations that, oh, Charahoe can't play at their high school. Why can't they play? And I get that all the time from all the parents. Why do we go to all the other organizations and they play at their high school field? Why don't we play at a high school field? And, it's kind of hard to answer that question because I don't know the answer. Because No one's ever told me why we can't play there. So that's why we have reached out and said, hey, we need support. We need support from our communities to maybe help us to maybe even have 1 or 2 games at the end of the season at the high school. So that is the reason why we cannot play on our field all season long.
Right, I think that makes sense. So you're not sure at all why you can't play at the field. The conversation's not at all happening from your perspective. And in reading the resolution, I mean, 2 and 3 is really the most important. I think number 1 is just that we express full support for Charahoe Cowboys team using the field. And that's where I feel like we're kind of crossing over to the border of, all right, now we're telling them what to do. But we need to encourage the Charahoe Regional School District to have those conversations. And if they're not having those conversations, that's a bigger problem. From my perspective, it seems like they are. And I would definitely encourage you guys to work it out. Because I think it's beneficial for the students that are going to be at the field when they're older.
We're the feeder
Yeah.
program for the high school.
For sure. For sure. Do any other counselors? Jim, I saw your hand a few times. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Counselor Reynolds' question was answered, and Lucy, you can confirm this. There are flag, junior peewee, JV, and varsity that play. You cannot, and no offense to those little guys, you cannot count flag, junior peewee as damaging fields. I mean, they've got these giant foam headsets, right? But there are those games. So that to answer your question, to answer his question, those are the games that are played on a given day on a field. And I do agree. I think the important thing here is, as we wanted to, or I was hoping that we as a town could align with Charlestown to really encourage this conversation to be brought before the school committee. I listened to the budget meeting as well. I heard Superintendent Picard speak her opinion on this. I think it shouldn't just be that. I think it has to be a full discussion. And I felt the weight of our council simply saying, hey, you need to talk about this, and we'd like to see this some kind of support for the Charahoe Cowboys. I think that's important.
For sure. Counselor Reynolds, did that answer your question?
Yeah, and I guess my concern is there are other areas on the Charahoe campus that would be suitable for this activity, not necessarily on the football field. The middle school soccer team doesn't get to use the football field because of concerns over use. So the boys and girls soccer, they have their own field down in the bowl. There are uprights on the football practice field. So my concern is the specificity with using one particular area. I totally agree. There should be a conversation. Clearly, that campus has the most open space, flat space, field space. I totally agree. Parking, it's the perfect location, but to say it has to be in this location on the campus, I think is us overstepping our bounds. And that's my concern. And so as far as the resolution goes, as President Wilcox said, I support items 1 and 2 because they're just very general about supporting the Cowboys and encouraging efforts for them to discuss with Charahoe about appropriate access. But the third part of the resolution is very specific to facilitating the use of the Charahoe High School football field. And that to me is telling Charahoe, we think this is what you should do. And I think that has to be a discussion between the 2 organizations.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Dan.
we do have the ability to amend the resolution in discussion.
And we can do our own resolution that takes those out.
I'm
Sure.
thinking that we should be able to come to a compromise of what the resolution says from Richmond and what you're mentioning, because you're right, it is specific to the high school football field, but if we make some changes to the words here, we usually say, use of the campus.
That's exactly what you do through Robert's rules. Such a beautiful procedure, isn't it? So if you want to amend the motion on the floor, you would make a motion to amend to change the resolution, however you see fit. So do you want to make that motion, Mr. Maddox?
I was gonna ask Mr. Reynolds.
Sure. Mark, would you like to make a motion?
Get to be the motion maker. So I would make a motion to adopt a resolution that is consistent with the Charlestown Town Council resolution, all of the whereas paragraphs. Obviously substituting Richmond for Charlestown. And then in the therefore be it resolved, 1 and 2 would be the same. And then I would just maybe number 3 would be the town council urges the Charahoe School District and the Charahoe football team and cheerleading organization to discuss and work in collaboration to facilitate use of an appropriate space on the Charahoe campus or other Charahoe school property, because we have elementary schools as well, in a manner that is mutually beneficial and ensures continued success of the teams.
Thank you. So that's a motion to amend the motion on the floor to include that language. Erin, did you get all that language?
I did. I only just wanted to clarify because we did receive from Charlestown the resolution and draft. So I did convert over. It was like the last item over to Richmond. So you don't probably need that piece. And
Oh,
then-
I saw. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just as a point of clarification, this afternoon, I just got Hopkinton's support resolution, just in case that's.
Perfect.
This will be on a future agenda, obviously.
Perfect. So I'm gonna second the amended motion that Mark had made to amend Jim's motion. Any discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so the amendment of the third piece, really, it still allows the conversation to go forward and the school committee can decide it's going to have received 2 resolutions of support for using the football field from the other 2 towns, and it would receive our support for them to have that conversation, to use something at the facility. So they, at least it'll prompt that conversation and go further from there.
For
So
sure, it will.
I think that's a step forward.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Dan.
just one clarification. So on number 1 of the resolution, it states that Town Council Richmond expresses its full support for the Charahoe Cowboys football team and cheerleading organization use of the Charahoe High School football field for their 5 home games.
Yep.
We want that. Did when you read it, I'm just trying clarification. Did you say the high school football field or did you say complex?
Yeah, so number 1 should be amended to state Charahoe campus fields in general.
Perfect. I think that
First, as
I
well.
think that it's kind of all throughout the resolution. So we really would have to amend it throughout. Find all, replace.
All right, I'm gonna withdraw. I'm withdrawing my motion.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so
I got it.
do you?
I think so.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
I'm gonna make a motion to amend Jim's motion to substitute in the resolution Charahoe main campus or other facilities for the phrase Charahoe High School football field.
We'll second that. Any council discussion on this?
And
Go ahead.
yeah, yep, I think that will cover everything.
Perfect. All right, so with no further discussion, we're gonna vote on the amendment to the motion. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Now we have the main motion on the floor, which is motion to approve the resolution with the amendments discussed. I'm not gonna say it again, just in case I missay it. Any further discussion on that before we go forward? I will just say that I appreciate the discussion because I was fully coming in here on the fence, not knowing if I was gonna support this or not, but I think that that's the best way to go is to encourage them to engage in dialogue because that just, if it's not happening, it needs to, so we can find a resolution. So with that, we'll go for our vote. Do you have something you want to add first?
Yeah.
Sure.
Could we take a break after this?
Sure. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Actually, before we, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion.
Before we do a motion to do a break, I actually want to do a time check. Town council will say that we need an emotion to go past 9 o'clock. What I would like to do is actually encourage a motion to enter executive session and move that further within the agenda so we can adjourn on time at 9 o'clock, because I'm not really interested in going forward. Going too late, I guess I should say. I don't want to go too late. Not that I don't want to go forward with any items, but I don't want to go too late. So I'm going to throw a motion on the floor to amend our agenda to move item M1 to now within the agenda. And I do not have a second. So I guess I'm in the minority there. You want to second it for discussion?
I'm gonna
No,
make
all
a
right.
motion to take a 2-minute recess and then we'll take that up after.
We'll take it up after, so it's not off the table, folks. 2-minute recess.
Or longer, if necessary.
I don't want. I forgot I had that.
I appreciate
I'll let
that.
you
Sorry.
do. Hey, Jim. Erin, are we live again? Are we all set? You're good? Perfect. Thank you for your patience during our 2-minute recess. I vocalized what I would like to do. Would anybody? Sure, go
I
ahead,
would just say,
Councilor Reynolds.
I think in connection with your motion, I think we should continue the remaining items on the agenda other than the executive session.
So, you're making a motion to continue all the items on the
All right,
agenda
well, all right.
with the exception of M1, which is fine. I'll second it.
Yeah,
It's a
okay.
viable motion. Any counselors have any discussion?
Madam Chair, just to
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
confirm, we're going to continue with the public agenda. We're going to move the executive session to another meeting.
No,
No, opposite of that. We're going to continue everything else with the exception of the executive session. My thoughts was that that seems like a priority, something that should be discussed tonight. While keeping time in check.
Okay, so we're not going to discuss the remaining public items tonight.
Correct. If the motion passes, go ahead, Councilor Shawna.
Oh, yes, thank you. I just had, there's the public's come to see these items discussed. I would like to see these items discussed. And I know we all lamented over the fact that when we had executive session that lasted longer and we held the public waiting. So I'd like to follow the agenda as it is now, finish the items and then do executive session. It's just my voice on that.
Thank you. Erin, I'm sorry. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I just needed clarification that if we're gonna continue with the items, was it to include extending the curfew or no? We were just gonna move to that item.
It was just, the motion was just to move the items on the floor. Or on the agenda.
Hey, Madam President?
Sure, go ahead. Attorney
Just to-
Gensari. Zangari.
Yeah, thank you. So just to be clear, it would be items K5 through 9 for
Correct.
your motion, and all items in L.
I guess so. That was the motion. We don't have to, but we could. My thought on this is just that it is late. We are all working professional parents. We have town staff here in attendance who spend a lot of time outside of work, normal work hours, getting comp time to be here and all of the sorts. We are paying our town solicitor hourly to be here as well. So my thoughts is just that we should be efficient in our meetings and cautious of time as well. Counselor Dinsmore, you had your hand up. You can have the floor.
Yep, so, I think this comes with being in this position. I think there's some important things in new business coming up that people want to talk about, people stayed late for. I think that, we should continue. There's a couple on there that I don't think will take too long. Obviously, some things take longer than others, but just, I think that we should, continue.
All right, so we do have a motion and a second. Go ahead,
Madam
Dan.
Chair, so just to clarify, so that's absolutely clear. A yes vote would continue the meeting items to a future meeting and we go into executive session. A no vote, we will keep with the current agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just the last thing I would say, it's not about the importance of the items, and I fully appreciate that. I think it's about people being mindful of how many items they're putting on the agenda. And this is not the first time we've had an agenda that's been this long. And unfortunately, those at the end are the ones that get, so that's my concern. It's not about not wanting to stay up late. It's not about not wanting to do the work. It's about trying to set a precedent that we need to be mindful of what we're putting on these agendas.
For sure. Go ahead.
Just a comment, Madam President, about obviously the number 8. So at the last council meeting, which prior to this, in January 7th, I believe, when we had originally presented the task force, we were asked to go back and do additional work and speak with EDC. We refined the presentation. We did a 2-hour plus meeting with the EDC on the task force, refined the presentation for tonight, and people are in attendance to speak in either support or against the idea. There's been a lot of work, and my concern is that our next meeting is not until March. So we won't be able to move forward on that until March. So that's I totally understand. I mean, I have a 6:30 call tomorrow morning. I get it. It starts early. And I don't want to keep anyone here any later than necessary, but, this was certainly something that shouldn't have been a surprise to be back on the agenda. And I think it's worthy of discussion. So it's my 2 cents.
Madam Chair,
Sure. Go ahead, Councilor Mandick.
may I make a suggestion? I agree with Jim's point, and perhaps Council Reynolds would be amenable to modifying his agenda, his his motion so that we can keep number 8 in discussion tonight.
Anybody can make a motion to amend the motion that's on the floor. So if somebody would like to do that, they can. It's not necessarily up to the person who makes the motion to do so. Just as a general reminder on that. Again, it's not about the importance of the items. It's about the amount of items we have and the amount of time it takes to get through each individual item. Trying to run the meeting as efficiently as we can, but there's a lot to discuss, and that's okay. But I do think that, and I remember going to a school committee meeting once because they have a similar rule where they don't go past 10 p.m. and they say no good decisions happen after 10. And I think that's part of it too. We're all starting to get tired. We're all starting to go over our time, and I that's where my concern comes in. So I'll be voting yes on this motion to continue the items so we can go from there. But if there's no other discussion on that, I'd like to go to a vote.
Well, I'll make the motion
Go ahead.
to amend the,
You have to ask.
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to discuss number 8 as it has been presented tonight on the agenda.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to amend the motion on the floor. Hearing nobody, I'm gonna go first then. I will be voting against it because I think we should move all of them or none of them. I don't think we should pick and choose. I have some up there that are really quick, so my items are gonna get moved along as well. So I'm in there with you. I think that one, the presentation and everything might be even the longest one we'd have to go through. So I'll be voting against that. I think it should be all or none. So anybody else have anything to say? All right, we're voting on the amendment, the motion. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Counselor Madnick,
Yes.
Counselor Palmigano,
Yes.
Counselor Reynolds,
No.
and Counselor Wilcox, no. So the motion passes. We have the amended motion on the floor. So we will go from here. Any comments on the main motion, which is to move the rest of the items on the agenda, which is K, 5, 6, 7, 9, and L to the next agenda. All right, we'll go to our, Karen Pinch, you have something you'd like to add?
Just because we don't have another meeting until March, I just fear that we're gonna run into the same problem in March. Just, I mean, I don't know, maybe people won't put more agenda items in knowing that this is on the agenda, which is entirely possible. Enough. You just wanted to point that out, not that you probably haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
while we're still in discussion, I am in support of continuing with the public meeting as we have it now and moving into executive session later. That's it.
Okay, so, sorry, that comment confused me. See what happens when it's late? The comment confused me because it made it sound like you were in favor of continuing it all without anything, without the amended motion. So then you would probably vote against this motion on the floor. Okay,
Correct.
sorry, I had to think that out. Kyle, you have something you'd like to add?
Just food for thought. The town council feasibly could have another meeting in the month of February, it just wouldn't be on Tuesday. That way you could still address the items that you have on the agenda within this month, but it would not be tonight.
For sure.
Just food for thought.
Thank you for that information. Because I agree, we could. So we'll go to our vote. Does anybody need me to repeat it before I do?
Please.
All right, so the motion was to move items K, 5, 6, 7, 9, and L to the next, to a future meeting. I don't remember if we said the next or a future meeting. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Vote please. Counselor Madnick,
No.
Counselor Palmigano,
Yes.
Counselor
Yes.
Reynolds, yes, Counselor Wilcox, yes. So the motion passes and all items except 8 and M, sorry, what do we got here? K, 8 and M1 going forward. Erin, did you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes the roll call votes, I get the names, but I don't hear the actual motion. So
And the-
I got, Jeff Dinsmore is yes, Dan Madnick is no, Jim Parmigiano is yes, and then that's all I got. Sorry.
Yes.
And I was also a yes. Sorry, the purpose is to make it more clear to our constituency and to you what we're voting and how. So with that, we will go on to make a motion to go past 9 o'clock if anybody would like to.
So moved.
Do I get a
Second.
second?
Second.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks, guys. So I got a motion by Dan, seconded by Jim to continue the meeting past 9 o'clock. I'm just gonna vote against it just because I don't want to go past the clock. But any other council discussion? All right, Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
No.
Wilcox, no. We are free to go if we want, but I'm gonna hang out. So on to number 8 here, a request of Counselor Palmigano for discussion and consideration of establishment of an economic development task force.
Right, so, thank you very much, Madam President, and I will be brief and quick since this is the unpopular decision. So Jeff and I, as I mentioned, we took the feedback from the council, at the January 7th meeting. The request of council was to add more, specificity around the structure of the task force. And, it was also to make sure that we went and spoke with EDC to do so. We did that. Jeff and I went, and there were 4 EDC members in, present for the meeting on January 13th. We have incorporated more specifics into the structure, which you'll see in the draft resolution that was requested. And there's also a very brief presentation. It's a brief presentation. I will make sure to go very quickly just so that everyone can see. So Aaron, we can go forward to the first slide there. And the point was here just to reinforce the reason why the task force. The task force, really, a task force brings together different groups with diverse expertise to work collaboratively on a project with a defined timeline. It achieves particular goals set out with outcomes that require focused attention, and it tackles complex challenges that may require input from multiple perspectives and areas of knowledge. And we can move forward. Yeah, thank you very much, Aaron. So this is, you can animate all these down the points if you don't mind. This shows what we put as far as the structure of what the task force would look like if it were approved, with 2 Richmond Town Council members, 1 member from Economic Development, 1 from the Planning Board, 1 from the Recreation Commission, 1 from the business community, so and then 1 from a community leadership role. And you can see the descriptions here in it, how we've defined that. Again, all of these roles are people who would apply for these, and they from the business community and the Richmond Town leader, as well as these would be submitted before council for approval to be appointed to the task force. And next, this one is a great animation, and we'll just animate those arrows right in, just to show you the ecosystem. You know, it's a feedback loop really with the Richmond Economic Development Task Force in the middle with these members. And the idea is that collectively, they're gathering ideas and then taking those ideas back to their respective groups, right? So for example, you're going to have council representatives, you'll have planning, economic development, and they will be feeding back those ideas for discussion amongst their groups and determination of whether those groups want to move forward to support these. So it really bringing those diverse expertise together. It also breaks down the silos. I've heard many, many times from people that there are ideas that they need input from planning. There's recreation that's looking to do things with EDC, and this brings them together at the same table to attack this collectively. And then they can set those actions accordingly. Aaron, if you don't mind going to the next slide. Just this slide just shows the kind of the flow map of how it would go. You can animate the little orange and the red bracket in. Thank you. Oh, no, it's all good. I know my animations are tough. So if it is approved by the council, we'd establish roles and responsibilities. As Councilor Madnick said earlier, setting those SMART goals. They're short, medium, and long-term goals. There are quick wins and things that can be accomplished. Identifying those 2025 targets, any budgetary needs. That process is going on right now. A marketing plan and feedback loop on progress. So the task force would report back in to council. My view on this is that EDC plays a foundational role and really is the mechanism to wave the flag of successes. So they would be probably before council sharing all the successes that are happening through this mechanism. Subcommittees could be established for things that need specific focus, and I think that ties back into the other topic of goals. If we get to that point to establish council members who have goals, they need to be working on something that is connected to the task force. So we're all working together on an ecosystem. The last slide is just on the logic model that we would use, and that would be setting the goals, desired outcomes, strategies, measures, and targets, and then results. It's an iterative process where if it's not working, we're going to fix it. We're going to make changes along the way. So that's just a snapshot of that logic model. And the last slide that we'll show is just, you know, we brainstorm on some of the areas that may fall into the bucket of something that would come before this task force. So you see supporting local businesses, promoting tourism, investing in infrastructure. These should sound familiar to all of us. Offering business development. Next line should animate the last line. Encouraging entrepreneurship, job fairs, local agriculture, fostering collaboration, and revitalizing some commercial areas. I think a lot of these topics touch on some of the things we discussed. So that's it. That's the presentation, which I want to share with all of you today. Over.
Awesome, thank you so
Thank you.
much. We did not get a motion on the floor. We don't have a direction we're gonna go in. Do you want to throw a motion forward? Do you want us to discuss it first?
I could put a motion on the floor. It was a motion. The motion will be for let me just get to it on my notes here. The establishment of an economic development task force and the approval of the resolution that defines the economic development task force.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and have a second. I know we have somebody in the public who wants to speak. I want to get council discussion first, just so we can get all our thoughts out. Does anybody on council want to speak before I go?
I mean,
You want to go ahead, Mark? You mean that?
I mean, I totally agree with the idea of getting more hands on deck and breaking down those silos and getting everyone talking together. But it's the overall goal and sphere of responsibility of this group, to me, still seems to be what the Economic Development Commission is charged with doing. So my initial take on it when I read through all the material was, do we need a separate organization, or can we rework the EDC to encompass a lot of these components, adding, membership? Is that a better way to do it instead of setting up a new group? But that was just my initial take on it.
For sure. I actually agree. And that was a concern when it was first brought to the table, is that I thought it was aligned with the Economic Development Commission and a lot of their goals. I agree that working in silos is not good for our boards. Luckily, a lot of our boards have crossover. The planning board specifically has a liaison to the land trust. They have a liaison to the Affordable Housing Committee. And I think we could add a liaison to the Economic Development Commission. We actually unofficially have one right now because one of our members is just such a wonderful volunteer that he's decided to be a part of both of those groups. So you kind of act as an unofficial liaison. And I was in that position before I was elected, the first go around, where I was an unofficial liaison between two groups. And I think that the Economic Development Commission has asked for help for some time. And when we tried to help them through my last council, we wanted a quarterly report on kind of like what they were up to. And that was not met with excitement from them. But I do think that we need to, kind of Councilor Reynolds' point is that we need to fix what we have instead of creating something new. Something new that's really way too similar, in my opinion, to be its own entity. I think that we could review the ordinances that establish the Economic Development Commission. We could work alongside with them to ensure that the current members agree with those ordinances and go forward from there. During my last term, and actually last members of the Economic Development Commission, they were talking about redoing their mission statement. And I said to them, that's great. You should do that. And you should do it. Your mission statement actually mirrors your ordinances. So do that and bring it to council. We'll approve it. We'll all work together on this. And that didn't happen from them. Those members are no longer members. And I think that that's something that we can now work on together, is we can say, this is what you're assigned to, this is what you should be doing, and create more of a clear goal for them. Because right now they're telling us we don't have clear goals. We don't know what's going on. And even this group, the first step is to create goals of the group. So even this group doesn't really have assigned goals either. So I don't think having two groups with unassigned goals is necessarily the best way to go forward. But I do want to say, I think it's great that we have 5 town council members who recognize and appreciate the value in what our economic development commissions and our volunteers can do, because we all want to move that forward. We all want to move forward together. I think it's just a matter of how we move it forward and the direction we go in. And one more point I almost forgot about was the need for volunteers on our boards and commissions. We've been doing really well since this council got elected. And I think that's in part with our typical decorum and our outreach that we do individually and together. And I think that's in part, but I also think that it's really hard to find good volunteers. It's really hard to find volunteers who will stay and enjoy their positions. And right now, the Economic Development Commission has a vacancy for a member of the business community, which was vacant for a long time before we had a volunteer step up. So this group also has now two various members from the business community, one being more specific than the other. But now we have 3 of those positions to fill versus just 1. I think if we're having trouble finding just 1 volunteer, I have concerns with trying to find multiple. And I also have concerns with asking our volunteers of too much. My prior council created a 250th commission, which I am happily chairing, but we had to amend the ordinances or the resolution surrounding that because somebody of the Recreation Commission didn't want to join us. So now we're asking somebody from the Recreation Commission to join this instead. So again, I just worry about putting too much on our volunteers. That was quite the monologue. Thank you all for being so patient. I'll open it up to other counselors. I did see Councilor Dinsmore, you haven't spoken yet. We'll see if Mr. Madnick has anything to add, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to speak anything about the EDC. They do their thing and they do a great job. But I think that we need to do something different. We need to try something different. I think this is a great idea that Jim came up with. I think it's a good thing that if the EDC decides to join us, like I think it's 1 person from the EDC, I think that will help. That will help that because they will be, you know, within us, sitting with us, so they can obviously take that back to the other people. And I think that you know, 7 people is a good size for the task force if it brings in the people from the community and the business people. So I think that it's a good idea, and I think we again need to try something new, and I think we need to give it a shot. And you know, I think we have a lot of support behind us and people that want to help. So I think that I'd like to give it a shot.
Thank you. Councilor Madnick, do you have anything to add?
Sure. So, I mean, of course, I seconded the motion, so that's pretty clear to people that I support this. The ordinance that sets up the EDC hasn't been updated since 2009. If we were to modify what the roles and responsibilities of the EDC are, it's going to take some time. And of course, there's some really good points that both Jeff and Jim and Mark and yourself brought up that we could definitely like roll into an updated ordinance, but that's going to have to go to a public hearing. And, you know, I appreciate especially what Mark said and what Jeff said. Both of you, I've listened to everything. I'm more in line with Jeff and Jim on this, that we need to try something a little bit different. I echo exactly what Jim said about breaking down silos within this community. So we have our boards, commissions, they all do a great job, but they have very different roles and responsibilities. And the EDC isn't responsible for doing what Jim just presented. And as you mentioned, we've had trouble, at least on the EDC, getting volunteers and getting people to fill those vacancies. So the EDC hasn't been performing as efficient as they could be. I think with Jim and Jeff's drive leading this task force and getting other community members involved, I think they could really do some good things in this town, especially bringing in the other other commissions. I understand that no one from the Recreation Commission was interested in the 250th. That doesn't mean that no one wanted to do it because they didn't want. It just means that they weren't interested. It's very possible someone on the Rec Commission might actually be interested in this because they're more passionate about it. I mean, and that's okay. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I would like to try this out, see how it goes. If we don't think it's bearing any fruit, and then we can come back and try something different. I mean, I think admitting that things aren't going well or we made mistakes, I think that's okay. It's okay to try something new and be wrong.
Sure, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on I think the Recreation Commission person was me, that I wasn't able to attend because it was scheduled on a night. I told the commission I wasn't able to attend. So that was Monday nights, which was a conflict. So I attended when I could, just for the record, but it was a conflict that I could not avoid. Then after that, we have a great Recreation Commission now, so they're running to go. And I would just say, it's analogous, Madam President. I give you and the Dog Park Commission, specifically your drive, 110% credit for bringing to fruition the new dog park. But you remember, there was an impasse that had occurred, and if it had remained, it could have derailed the entire process. And the only part I played as a council member at that time was essentially a task force of bringing together those disparate groups to solve that impasse. And we had success in getting beyond that. And that's all I'm trying to do. Not trying to diminish the importance of our boards and commissions. I have had numerous business leaders reach out to me from the community already, excited about this, who want to be part of it. I have people who've expressed great support from across the political spectrum. It's just trying to find a way that we can provide the right resources to the right individual at the right time and help as we can. All the council members would have seen the letter that was written by David Woodmansey, who is the longest standing member of the EDC, who was saying, look, this is what he's been waiting for the last, I don't know how many years, just a show of support. So again, I think that's the intent to try. And I'll be the first to say, this is not working, and then we need to do something different. But, Jeff and I really want to give it a shot.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just add, you're put on the rec commission because nobody else wanted to join, which I understand that maybe nobody else wanted to join, but it's hard to find, like I said, good volunteers. And I think that what we need to do is, we have a longstanding member of the EDC. We have lots of new members in the EDC, some of starting to become long-term members themselves. And I think we need to get them on the right track to go beyond 2026, because this task force will stop on election day 2026. And I want to look forward to 2027, 2028 and set up Richmond to kind of get them going, get the ball going and just let them go. Because I think that's where people don't kind of take council micromanaging out of it and get our boards and commissions set up on the path they want to take. That's my thought. Do any other councilors have anything you want to add before I go to the public?
Question.
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
Why does the 250th commission continue after the last election, but this one won't?
Because, well, I don't think it does, because 2026 is the summer of 2026, so it will stop after the celebration of the.
Okay, but that resolution to set up that commission was in the prior council. So you just made a statement that after this council's over, the task force would end because of the resolution, but why did the 250th continue?
Oh, perfect. The question it's in the resolution here. It says that it ends on election day 2026 within the resolution that was presented with the materials.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we can modify the resolution.
For sure. Mr. Burton, you've been patient. Would you like to take the podium, state your name for the record, and share your thoughts with us?
Yeah. Pete Burton, Chair of the EDC. And the EDC, I've been on it for a year or so, and it's advisory by nature. And I think Dan mentioned, correctly, the scope hasn't really changed in a long time. But it's advisory. And I think that Jim has done a lot of work on this, and it's very aspirational, and I think he's got a lot of good ideas. However, I strongly encourage the town council to put your ideas together, because you're the ones who are deciding this, and make one group that's responsible for economic development in the town. And if that means that this group that you create, or whatever you create, absorbs the EDC, then that's fine. But I am concerned for businesses that might be looking at two different economic development commission groups in a small town. It looks pretty confusing, and I think that might be a mistake. And I really think there's a lot of good ideas here. I think that this can come together, but again, I really think that it should be the town. It's a small enough town where we should have one group that's focusing on economic development to avoid confusion. And I sincerely hope that before you make action on it, that you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. You'd like to speak as well, Jim? State your name for the record, please.
Yeah, Jim Brea, Richmond, EDC member. I'd like to also echo what Peter was saying. The more I think about this, that being on EDC and having a task force also, I'm always going to be thinking, am I doing the same thing, or are we going to be doing a variation of the same thing? Or not so much competing, but you're going to have a dual dual agencies side by side. And the more I think about it, that the most efficient way would be, as Councilor Reynolds said a little earlier, adopting these things of a task force into the EDC.
Yeah.
And having, that approach. Really think, it was a great presentation. It was really, excellent work that you did on that. But, yeah, it just, just a little earlier today that you were talking about your goals and all that, you end up having to go into a workshop. I'm trying to, who's gonna do what, how you're gonna sign it and that. I could foresee the same thing, with an EDC and a task force at the same time. You're gonna end up with 11 people at present. Right now, we have 4 in EDC and 7 from the task force. To me, that's a lot,
Just to offer a point of clarity, the EDC can have up to 6.
Right,
So it could be
yeah.
even more than 11. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, more than 11. Sorry. I didn't do math past 9.
Yeah, so, that's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Thank you for
Thank you.
that.
Yeah, thank you. Just a
Sure, go ahead, Jim.
clarification, there would only be one member from the EDC that would be part of the task force. And Madam President, I know that for the public record, because we have had the benefit of seeing, we've heard from 2 EDC members now, I would like to read the letter from David Woodmansee as the other EDC member who voiced their opinion.
Sure.
All right, so this letter is from David Woodmansee dated Monday, February 3rd. To EDC related to council agenda item for 2/4/25. Hi, Aaron. I don't regularly review the council agendas, but since I am on it for this meeting, I happened to scroll through and through the rest of it. There were 2 items that stood out to me as they are EDC related. Since I am unable to attend in person, I was hoping that I could get my thoughts on paper that might be recognized at the meeting. Let me start by saying that while I'm a current member of and a multi-term veteran of the EDC, the statements that follow are mine alone and not necessarily the opinion of the Economic Development Commission. In my tenure on the commission, we have had varying levels of guidance and input from the council or individuals council members. We have been mildly supported by councils, enabled by some, and ignored by others. We have had requests to join workshops with planning and zoning reduced to invitations by each of us to attend their regularly scheduled meetings. We have also had a wildly meandering path that has depended heavily on the specific strengths and convictions of the chairperson. The net result produced by each iteration of the EDC nearly always amounts to the same: partially completed projects that start with good intention and end with minimal impact on the economic development of Richmond. Regardless of the town charter ordinances or the comprehensive plan, if the EDC continues to operate in a vacuum, more of the same can be expected. The council has in front of it an opportunity to focus and maximize the efforts of the EDC volunteers, as well as a significant positive impact on Richmond's overall economic development progress by approving the Economic Development Task Force. This task force will not replace or step on the toes of the EDC as it exists today. Instead, it will connect the previously unconnected and channel the efforts of several town specialties to ensure all are pulling in the same direction with the same vision. The EDC can then become a useful tool that works consistently to bring the vision to fruition. Historically, I've appreciated having a council liaison assigned to the EDC. However, that assignment would be far less effective option to creating the task force, in my opinion. Doing both would potentially place too many cooks in the kitchen or spread some members of council too thin unnecessarily. The task force is a new idea with ultimate potential. If unsuccessful, the most it could cost is anyone's time. I strongly urge members of council to approve the creation of the Economic Development Task Force. Thank you for your time, David Woodmansee. Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I understand. I actually, the biggest takeaway I had from that letter was the struggles of the EDC. So it kind of brings me back to that point where we need to get this group into a place where they're not struggling, not thinking about resigning, not having mass walkouts, not feeling frustrated. I don't like the idea of having a board of volunteers that are frustrated. Been on a board of volunteers that are frustrated. So I think we need to work with the entire group and get all of them on the same page and go forward. And I think that a lot of these ideas are great. And we have 2 members saying they're duplicative of what they do, 1 member saying they're not. And while it's not a vote of the EDC, I think that all members should have equal weight and equal thoughts on that. And I think that we should work with them, to Councilor Reynolds' point, to go forward in changing the group's goals and missions, which haven't been updated, I think Counselor Madnick said since 2009. So I appreciate your drive, I appreciate your initiative, but I will be voting against setting up this task force. So that way we can get our volunteers moving forward beyond the scope and get them set with these goals that should be under their purview. But do we have any other counselors who want to say anything else before we put them? Did we get a motion? Put a motion to a vote? Or did we get a motion? Okay, thank you.
I would
Go ahead.
just, I would
Go ahead.
just say this, and I totally agree, we need to do something different. There's no question about that. And I totally agree with the idea of bringing people from different perspectives in the economic development realm into the same room and talk to each other and that. And I guess my issue is more with the process and, you know, and I don't know if, you know, expanding the number of EDC members, you know, is an alternative. Instead of one, you could say up to two. Doesn't have to be two if you don't have two that want to join, but you could say up to two. I'm just, you know, but, you know, I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater, if that's the right analogy. I think the idea is important enough that we need to go forward with it. And if the majority doesn't feel that combining this group with EDC is a good solution, then so be it. I would still support because the idea is important. And like I said, we need to do something different. So, but I would, you know, just, I don't know what you feedback from Jim and Jeff on the idea of making this the EDC as opposed to the task force.
Right, I agree. I'd love to hear more about from each of you about your thoughts on that. We agree that this is great and we want to go forward, but we don't want to have two groups doing the same thing, working as Mr. Beer said, in parallel. Go ahead, Jim.
We do have a motion on the floor to vote, but I also did try to explain that ecosystem on that slide, how they would partner together. And I said clearly that I want the EDC to be the flag bearer for all economic development in Richmond. That I think this Economic Development Task Force would enable them to do so by removing the barriers, providing them resources, getting them the results that they wanted to have. And then I believe that if we are successful, in 6 months, you will have EDC members that are saying, I'm so glad we are now able to achieve the things we've wanted to do for a long time. Updates to the website, pamphlet about the businesses in Richmond. These are topics that I talked about when I was on EDC. We can make that happen together. Over.
All right, Councilor Dinsmore, do you have anything to add as to why the two groups, why we need to have two groups instead of one?
No, I just, I listened to everybody's feedback and I'm still, I am where I am. Yeah, I'd like to vote on it.
Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
One more final comment. I've been in the town since like 2015. We closed on our house in 2016. I joined the planning board in 2019. I've lost my patience. It's time to try something new. I don't want to wait. Let's vote on this.
Sure, go ahead.
So since this appears to be the road we're going down, I have some technical comments. I think it might be better to allow the respective board or commission to appoint its member, or at least give it first opportunity to appoint its member. And if they don't do so, then we would have the option to appoint someone. But I think it'd be better for them to have a discussion, knowing people's schedules, abilities, to send their own people instead of us picking the planning board member, picking the recreation commission member, picking so the ones who come from the boards and commissions, I think the board of commission should appoint them. The others, obviously, we would appoint. The only other clarification I think we need to make is the Richmond community leader position. When I read this, I think you envision it to be beyond people who live or have businesses in Richmond. Is that correct?
It was open-ended.
Yeah, so I just think we should make that
Clear.
Person that
clear,
lives in Richmond.
clear, and it doesn't have to be a Richmond you know, I just want it, read between the lines. But whenever you call someone a Richmond community leader, people might say, oh, it has to be a Richmond resident or a Richmond. You can just call it a community leader, and it could be any person who meets those qualifications. That's my technical points.
Madam President, may I just address those two?
Sure, go ahead.
So it was my intention for the boards to nominate their own person, and for those boards and commissions, essentially the council would take that direction from the boards and commissions. So I didn't envision, if I wrote it confusing in a confusing manner, I apologize, but it would be that those boards would make that recommendation to us of who that person would be. The piece on the community leader, in my investigation of the idea of the task force, I reached out to the dean of the School of Economics at URI, and he was excited to hear about this idea. Said I should reach out and offer graduate students who are doing capstone projects that want to work with us to do the heavy lifting on these things. And he connected me with a professor who would be interested in doing this. So like, that's where that wide
Right.
scope of people. So if there's an amendment that would.
No, I agree. I just think you need to make it explicit in here that it doesn't have to be a Richmond, a Richmond resident or business owner. So you don't have people standing up saying, oh, it's not that's not a Richmond community leader.
So I would amend.
Well, you wouldn't need to amend the motion because the motion is just to approve the task force. I think it's a separate agenda item to actually approve the resolution. So we can then take all the feedback and form that into the motion.
Okay.
That's at least the technical difficulty I had when we amended the 250th. We approved that and then we had to go back and make another.
I have that. It was the task force and the creation resolution.
Oh, okay.
I have just in my notes, task force plus resolution.
All right. So would somebody want to make a motion to amend?
Make a motion to amend the resolution with the statement that the individual who's a community leader does not have to be from Richmond.
Right. Resident.
And the
Right.
and the Richmond business community.
No,
The Richmond business, that's something.
Oh, that does have to be a resident of Richmond?
The preference would be a business community member from Richmond. Being in Richmond, you know, having a voice of visibility and say in Richmond. But that was the idea.
Yeah.
Unless there's a good argument to have it. Otherwise, I think it's important to have someone.
I agree with that.
Second.
Thank you. So I was just asking for that clarity because the Richmond business community does not have to be a Richmond resident. Just, okay, because it kind of read the same as the Richmond community leader. So I thought that they would apply to both. Any other comments on the resolution, I guess, or on the motion to amend the Richmond community leader portion of this? All right, we're gonna vote on the amendment to the main motion. Go ahead, Councilor
Yes.
Delacour. Madnick?
Yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. We do still have the main motion on the floor. Do we have any other comments on the economic development? Sorry, we're changing the name of it too, which is a little bit difficult. I keep wanting to call it the Economic Development Task Force, but that's not the name of it. So sorry if I keep slipping that up, but do we have any other comments on it?
What, Madam Chair, one final comment regarding the end date of this task force. Jim, is it your intention to have it end at the next election, or would you want this to continue?
So
Go ahead. Jim.
my thought was that that this would be something that could be renewed by a future council if it was so desired. So that the end date doesn't mean it goes away. It would be something that could be renewed and continued by the next council.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
the date was just kind of a, you know, it gives us a target to engineer reverse back from.
Madam Chair, follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead, Dan.
Since November 3rd is likely the election, I don't know if that's the date or not. I assume you did that research. Would you like to potentially change the date to the end of the year to give the new council an opportunity to extend the task force before it ceases?
That would be something you could motion to amend. I mean, that would be a council decision, not necessarily an individual decision. I think
Well,
that would be,
Of course.
it would make
but-
sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution such that the period beginning February 4th, 2025 ends on December 31st, 2026.
Second.
Thank you. We got a motion and a second on the motion to amend. Any further discussion on that? Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. So we do still have our main motion. We have the motion to approve the resolution with the various amendments. Do we have any other questions or concerns we want to address here with these?
For clarification on the main motion, as we've said, EDC, Economic Development Task Force, and we've also said formation of Richmond Investment Commercial Health Task Force. It just said, I believe the motion was task force.
Honestly, it's Commercial Health Task Force, or it's the Richmond Investment for Commercial Health Task Force. I think it's a mouthful personally. Economic Development Task Force rolls off the tongue, but again, that's a council decision, so council can decide. And Jim, I know it's your lead, so if you got something you want to add.
Yeah, it was a good acronym for RICH, being Richmond, rich meaning driving investment, so that was the reason for it. What we call it in also known as Economic Development Task, but I wanted also, we have an Economic Development Commission and we have a task force, so we have two groups, so that was the reason for it.
Yeah. All right.
Richmond
Hearing,
Investment for Commercial Health Task Force. Got it.
Thank you.
I'm not picky on the name. I can go either way. I think that I still have my same reservations. I'm not going to reiterate it, and I will just say I apologize for that. But I just think that a lot. I also, I guess when the resolution, if it's going to go forward, I do think that having 2 members of town council on a board and commission is a little too much. Respectfully, I felt the same when Mark Trimmer started his group that I can't remember the name of. He wanted 2 members from each group to join it. It was more of an advisory to help the planner if needed, help town staff if needed. And I felt like it was like too close to a quorum. And I feel like you're unnecessarily isolating yourselves, because if you had a question that involved something where you might want to reach out to the 3 of us, you're unnecessarily barring yourself. You're unnecessarily cutting yourself off from us. And I don't know if any other council members feel the same or have any appetite for the same, but it unnecessarily kind of creates a silo for you where you only can bring things to a public meeting versus if you had a specific question for somebody else. But sure, go ahead.
This is the first time in the last, I think, maybe 6 years or more, I'd have to check with Iva, that we have had a bipartisan effort like this moving forward. I think we represent the new future of looking at what we can do when we put politics aside and we put the community first. So that is a supplemental benefit of having the 2 people, which would be named, but Jeff and I have been working on this together collaboratively in good faith to bring this forward. So I think that's an important factor.
Any other thoughts?
I see your concern, but they've asked for 2.
Yeah.
Jim's logic makes sense, so let's go for it.
All right. Any other questions or concerns before we go forward with the motion? All right. Councilor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Badnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
I'm sticking with my no. So we are on to exec.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, public.
Motion
Thank
to
you.
enter executive session pursuant to RIGL 4246(5)(A2) collective bargaining.
Second. All right. Any discussion on going into executive session? All right. Councilor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Badnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Badnick. I'm sorry. No, Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox. Yes. We're going to the upstairs.
Unused now.
All right, so we're all ready? All right, motion to leave executive session, please.
Second.
Perfect, a motion, a second. We'll go for our vote. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Wilcox, yes. Can I have a motion to seal the executive session minutes?
Emily, who made the motion? Who made the second?
I'm sorry, Dan made the motion and Jim seconded it. You're welcome. All right, guys, thank you.
Seal executive session minutes.
Second.
All right, so we got our motion and our second. We'll go through our roll call vote. Counselor Dinsmore,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. And finally, can I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you want to, do we need to mention no votes were taken in this?
We do. No votes were taken in that executive session. Thank you for the reminder. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion. We got our second. Counselor Dinsmore.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.